tudo certinho, tudo bonitinho. Vamos começar lá. Eu vou pausar a música e vou continuar vendo o vídeo que eu tava vendo. Enquanto eu vou fazendo a pintura do rato.
Pastel watercolor pencils, I start with shaping her eyes.
Tá muito quente esse lugar.
Here she had a very prominent fox eye shape,
Deixa eu tirar
basically
a
meaning
roupinha
that the
dele.
ends of her eyes were quite lifted to the temples of her face. She accentuated her look with amazing winged eyeliner. The style was developed by the Flying Opera Company, a Delphi group she was affiliated with in her youth.
Mas eu acho que eu ainda vou deixar mais escuro
This is
essa
a style
ponta
heavily
aqui.
influenced by traditional Chinese opera.
Sujo.
However, for Kiyoshi, it meant a
Acho
lot
mais
more
legal.
than just makeup. While she adopted this style to keep her anonymity during her troubled youth, she later embraced it as a core character design during her rise to power and thereafter. This style being so iconic, it has remained almost unchanged in 300 years with the Kyoshi warriors.
O que eu vou fazer? Vou dar uma pintada nesses pés, mãos. Tem um negócio incomodando meu dedo.
With a red pencil, I start
E
sketching out a general shape I want for her
fazer
makeup.
esquema de pintar tipo
I will also be
Jogos
sketching some
style.
black painted eyebrows.
Eu vou abrir minha referência aqui pra
Once the
ver.
shape is nice and sketched, I'll be filling in the space with some corn red Citadel paint.
Jogos style. Nossa, tô com muita dor no corpo.
In regards to the colour and composition of this style, there is quite a lot
Oxe.
explored into why she wears it and what it means. To quote the book Rise of Kyoshi directly,
Eu não salvei?
"Those are our colours. White symbolises treachery, a sinister nature, suspicion of others, and a willingness to visit evil deeds upon them. But red symbolises honour, loyalty,
Ih,
heroism.
não salvei.
This is the
Ah, eu
face
não
that we show our
coloquei
sworn brothers and
aqui.
sisters. The red is the trust that we have for each other,
Poxa.
buried in the field of white, but always
Eu vou ter que abrir
showing
de
through our
novo.
gaze."
Pera aí. A gente vai fazer assim. Tá no meu histórico? Não tá nesse histórico. Então eu vou abrir o Google e eu vou dar uma pesquisada. Que eu não sei. Não sei onde que tá não. Nossa, calor, cara. Sono demais. Tá. Red Jojo. Vou buscar uns rato Jojo. Rato Jojo. Ai, perdi tudo as referências. Bem. Open Imagine Tab. Deixa eu ver onde é mais. Esse não. Ai, que saco. Calma aí. Ah, esse aqui é muito bom.
To sharpen those lines, I grabbed some
Espera que eu vou
loose
pegar as
Wraithbone
imagens
paint,
e vou colocar
which is
no meu
the same
negócio de
colour as the
referência.
Wraithbone spray that I used previously.
Copy.
This will help in cleaning up the edges and giving that
Só dá
lovely
Ctrl C,
sharp look.
Ctrl V, eu adoro esse negócio. Vou até mostrar aqui pra vocês, ó. Deixa eu dar pausa no vídeo. Aumentar um pouco aqui. Ó. Não sei se tá certo, mas tá aí. Só pra vocês verem. Enquanto eu vou colocando. Nossa, só copia e cola. Copy. Desse jeito assim, deixa bonitinho, dá pra aumentar, diminuir. Oh. Agora vou ver outro. Esse aqui. Então é só dar basicamente Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V. Ai, sorry. Deixa eu ver. Precisa mais imagens de referência. Eu quero fazer tipo a pintura de audio style. Eu não sei como. Ah, essa imagem aqui é boa. Copy image. Olha, ele copia até os PNG. Que delícia. Bem, eu acho que tá bom na real. Tá o suficiente. Necessário. Necessário. Somente necessário. É sobre, né? Ai, tá bom. Ah, deixa eu ajeitar aqui de novo. Deixar aqui assim. Colocar desse lado. Deixar o vídeo de tela cheia agora pra. Assim tá bom. Pegar um sargadinho aqui. Tá. Totoso. Sabia que tinha alguma coisa errada. Aí, agora sim.
After some thought, I decided to enhance her makeup further with
A
some
cara dele é
shadows and
torta mesmo,
highlights,
tá?
having the liner, eyelid crease, and brow bone enhanced with some pinks, and the nose bridge, outer eyelid, and outer crease enhanced with some
Por causa da
dark wine
pintura, fica
reds.
parecendo mais
This
ainda,
helps
na
in
real.
making sure the look doesn't look flat and one-dimensional.
Essa parte maior, essa aqui é mais escura.
When the show first aired in the
Ah,
early
o cara dele não é
2000s,
torta.
there was nothing I wanted more than to
É por causa
be
da
an
pintura.
earthbender. I loved their fighting style, and it was just, there was no other element for me. It was so spurred by Kyoshi herself and also Toph
Sei.
in The Last
Olhando pela câmera
Airbender,
parece
but it
torto.
was so cemented in
Mas
my
olha
adult
aqui.
life with the addition of Kuvira from Legend
Não
of
tá
Korra.
torto.
I think her fighting
Ah, tá
style
ótimo.
is so amazing, kind of like Wing Chun in a
Vamos
way.
pegar as coisas e fazer a pintura.
But what about you? What kind of bender would you be? Is there a character that drew
Pegar
you
pouquinho de
towards that
chocolate
element?
agora.
And if so, let me know in the comments below. I would
Gostoso.
love to know.
Eu acho que eu vou começar.
Once I was happy with the paint layer, I went outside and sprayed her with Mr. Super Clear
Eu
again.
acho que eu vou deixar esse branco assim.
It's winter at the moment in Australia, and I sprayed her
Eu
in
vou
cold
arrumar
air, so the
essa
spray
bundinha
went all
aqui, ó.
weird and glossy. I do actually get quite a lot of
Essa área
messages
aqui.
from artists and newcomers to the hobby with this issue. It can be
Aí
so scary and so disheartening when you've spent
eu
so
vou
many hours on a face
pintar
up already and
pouco
then it
aqui, a cor
becomes
mais
glossy.
clara. Tipo
So I
essa do
thought I would
rabo
keep
aqui.
this in just
A
as
mão
a
também e o pé também.
learning lesson for anyone that needs it. While I did continue with the face up, I just waited until the morning. I
Principalmente
sprayed her again
ó,
when the weather was a bit
A
warmer.
parte de cima tá muito
But this
amarelada.
time I did a
Não-
pulsated
não
stream,
fiz muito bem,
and
ó,
it went all matte again, which is
pintura.
fantastic.
Cor. Mas eu vou pegar mais um pouquinho de água aqui.
For her iris, I wanted to give doing just pencil a go, but I ended up realizing that the balance of the colours in her makeup were just so off. It was almost as if you just weren't looking at her eyes anymore. I noticed if you looked at the makeup, the red was just the
Tá
first
bastante
thing that you
branco.
saw and you just weren't looking at anything else. So I abandoned that idea and I used some paint like I always do and did the pastel and paint method, which gave her her beautiful Earth Kingdom emerald eyes.
Vou até dar uma passada nesse branco aqui assim. Dar uma melhorada. Acho que escureci
At this point in the face-up,
demais.
I popped her head on back to her
Mas
body.
o que eu queria.
I almost never
Nossa,
do
não tô
this.
mostrando.
This is normally my
Tem que me
last
acostumar
step
com
that I
essas
do with a
câmeras, ainda
doll.
mais
But with the
enquanto
various
você
layers of
stripper
paint and the
improvisado.
cold air of winter, I realised that this doll would be very susceptible to cracking later on. Once it's on though, I blush her face with some soft pastels. I don't do an awful lot of blushing as opposed to my normal face-ups. As Kyoshi has just white makeup, I wanted a little bit of pinks to be poking through as if she's just been fighting and she's a little bit flustered in a way. I didn't spray the body though, as I wanted to make sure that her tan skin poked through her clothes later on, as Kyoshi was known to have quite dark freckled skin.
Para. Tô tocando toda hora. Calma, deixa eu...
Once that's done, I do a final spray of Mr. Super
Agora a
Clear
gente toca assim.
and start with her hair.
Pinta aqui.
While making this doll, I was so unsure on what hair color I was actually going to use for
Essa
Kyoshi,
você
as
consegue ver bem.
she has
Consigo ver
naturally
até.
dark brown hair, but later on in life she's kind of depicted with black hair. So for the sake of colour theory, I just keep with the green, brown, gold colour scheme that I've got going at the moment. But scattered throughout,
sempre
I'm
gosto
just
de
going to do some
coisa,
black
então.
lowlights, just to give it dimension, I suppose. I did think that the lowlights would look nice. I ended up realising that you can't even notice it when you put the hair together, which sucked, but it's all a learning process, and it's always good to experiment with these kinds of things.
Acho que tá tudo bem. Beleza.
Over time, I've noticed that I have a preference for using yarn wefted hair for the styles that I do, as it can be manipulated to be quite natural
Vou fazer,
looking,
tipo,
but I couldn't for the life of me find
essas
yarn hair that
coisinhas
can
assim, ó.
be made to be as long as Kyoshi's hair. Her hair is depicted as being almost to the bottom of her back in a way, which is way too long that I could get it, so I unfortunately had to go with synthetic hair, and it does look a little bit unnatural, but I tried.
Umas coisinhas bem pequenininhas. Só pra...
For her clothes, I found this amazing pattern at my local fabric shop, and I thought it would be perfect for Kyoshi's sleeves. It has various muted depictions of Chinese tapestry art. I thought it would be such an amazing nod to her as a character, as she had a strong belief in the preservation of a nation's cultural heritage, hence her establishment of the Dai Li in Ba Sing Se. I headcanon her wearing this kind of stuff as a way to take pride in her culture. Generally for me, making doll clothes is the hardest challenge in creating the doll. I don't really see myself as very good at sewing, let alone creating clothes, but this was just another level of difficulty. I had to do so much research and have so much trial and error in understanding the outfit, but how I could actually make it work in a real life setting. I finally landed on the kendo uniform with the Chinese tapestry top and brown trousers. I added a medium green overskirt and a sleeveless wrap top in medium green that I painted with green and gold as accent. While her top originally is a 4-panel design, I just couldn't make it work, sadly, so I had to go with the 2 panels. Once that's done, I'll be glossing her eyes and mouth with some Vallejo gloss varnish and have her ready for her photos.
Dá uma passada na orelha também, dá uma clareada. Desse lado. Tá. Fazer isso aqui que falha miseravelmente porque a tinta não tava Aí.
Thank you all so much for watching. I'm so glad that I'm actually able to make an avatar doll. It's been one of my favorite shows throughout my whole life. Let me know what you think of her in the comments below. And
Adoro.
if you'd like to see more avatar dolls. And if so, who should I make? As always, make sure to hit that subscribe button. And if you'd like to see more of this doll or any of my other dolls,
Ok.
check out my Instagram at Edlan. See you in the
Trocar
next
de
video.
vídeo. Início. Vamos ver essa tela aqui, porque eu não preciso da musiquinha. Ou preciso? Não sei. Ah, achei esta é a Katara. Mas não quero ver isso aqui mais. Eu quero ver outro vídeo. O que eu poderia ver? Se eu me desse umas ideias de vídeo pra assistir, ia ser da hora. Vamos ver. Ovelhas, eles são legais. E depois acho que eu vou ver o... Ah, não. Não sei. Ó. Tem nada que me interessa, que saco. Odeio isso. Bem, vamos ver esse aqui por enquanto. Ok. Atuação. Milhão.
And then we can pop up. Hey guys, we're Evan and Caitlin. Hey guys, we're Evan and Caitlin. And we own a lot of mechanical keyboards.
And they were our gateway into custom keycaps. I got this for Caitlin a year ago for her birthday, and then I very generously bought 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for myself for my own birthday.
No, 6,
Ew.
7. Those were for you too. And then they were the rejects, which you gave to me.
Oh. Anyways, today we're each going to be making our own very special resin keycap. And we've been wanting to do
Nossa,
this
ficou
idea
muito
for
rosa.
months,
Acho que eu
maybe
peguei
even a
muito
year.
vermelho.
Even longer than you guys have been requesting it in the comments.
We even bought a set of keycap molds that have just been sitting on our shelves waiting for this very moment until we realized that we're not even going to use
Eu vou
these
pintar
because we did a
aqui.
test piece.
And the test piece ended up being
Mas eu
kind
não
of short. I
queria
mean,
essa
technically
cor.
it's the size of a typical
Espero que não
key,
cague.
but not the height of most of the resin keycaps we've bought, which are extra tall to fit all the cool
Yeah,
stuff.
we want to put some cool stuff in there. I want to put an entire planet
Yeah.
in this keycap.
I want to put Jube.
We need space.
So we're gonna have to make our own custom mold.
Yeah, and instead of using the pory silicone that takes a long time, we're going to go with the really quick stuff where we just smash 2 pieces together, which takes 20 minutes. That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about.
Pegar pouco de amarelo.
So Evan has volunteered
Pegar
my keycap
pouquinho.
to be the sacrificial one we use for the silicone mold.
Well, mine's part of a set.
Yeah.
And mine are limited edition. And these, I think we
Ah,
can
eu
buy
acho que vai
another one.
precisar de mais branco. Não.
Call me out like that. Yeah, just need to make sure that you're super precise about quantities, I think.
Ficou
I think
muito
this is pretty
laranja.
close. In size?
Yeah.
I smash.
Hey, smash.
This is the best part.
Also, you only have
20 minutes?
2 to 3 minutes of work time. Oh.
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 That's okay, that's okay, that's okay. I'm almost done.
Okay.
Please don't panic. It's too early for a panic.
too early in the project?
Yeah.
Because it's 7:12 at night, so it's, I feel like it's late enough to panic for sure.
Oh, is that a cat hair?
Agora tá bem
We're in the
clarinho.
garage. She's rarely out here.
It's from me.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I think I gotta go though. That's pretty dang smooth.
Yep.
Let's do it.
Oh, that looks like an egg.
It does. Mm.
I wonder if it can cook resin.
If it can cook
I
resin.
mean, yeah, the opposite of the last one. Can this egg cook resin?
Are you ready?
Yes, yes,
Ok. Melhor.
yes. That's satisfying. It's like a hat. Oh, and then you should level it. Add a flat surface on the bottom.
Oh yeah. Is it flat?
We can maybe balance it later as long as there's a flat surface that we could level. That's not gonna work.
No, it's not.
Ok.
Okay, yeah. I'll hope that that's level enough.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I think the working time is like probably done
Agora-
anyways. So
Yeah.
Que as
we'll
orelhas
just
estão feitas.
have dinner,
Yeah.
come back and see how your egg did.
Yeah.
Tentar a mãozinha.
Oh, me, 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 me.
Okay.
Yum.
Should I try to pop this out first?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Ooh, it popped.
It popped. Okay. Look.
It looks perfect. Let's see,
Wow.
are there any cracks or anything in there?
Oh yeah. Oh no. Oh. Big cracks. Big cracks.
Oh,
On
no.
all the outer corners right here.
That's
Nossa.
so strange.
Saiu tudo errado.
Maybe it's because, you know, we took just a blob and we squished it over and the corners are where it had to recompress.
That's weird. Yeah, that's not usable.
No, it's not usable at all.
Not at all.
Dang it, dang it, dang it.
Can I try?
Yeah, sure. So what are you gonna do differently?
Push in more? Just really try to like, I don't know. I actually honestly panicked because like I realized that like it had been over 2 minutes of mixing and it only doesn't have that long of a working time. So mine's not gonna have any flat bottom or anything. I kind of did it all in a panic. I thought I was gonna have more of a plan. All right, let's see if this works.
Tá boa a cor. Olha clarinho. Serve pro que eu
Ooh, yeah, good
queria.
thing that there's a few holes to.
Let resin escape.
Oh yeah.
Espero que. Isso aqui não
Whoa.
fique cagado.
Uh-oh.
That really dented it. Is it because it's too thick? Is it because this was sealed against the bottom? What?
I don't know.
Oh man.
Mine's not that dentable, right? Oh, mine is.
What?
What?
Did this expire?
Eu acho que eu vou fazer isso com o nariz.
Is it too cold out here? It's not that cold.
No, I'm leaving fingerprints.
No, that's wrong.
No, that's wrong. It does say that if it's cold, it may take 30 to 40 minutes.
It's 72 degrees in this garage, and this has been going for like 2 hours.
I haven't given up yet.
Agora, os pesitos.
Okay, so you've been out here for the past like 20 minutes heat gunning it. By heat gunning, I mean you sat the heat gun here. I came in to check on you, and first I was startled because the heat gun was going and you were invisible, and then I heard, "Hey, Caitlin," from the other side of the garage, and you scared the crap out of me.
Well, I was planning for alternatives. I'll tell you about it later.
Okay.
So, good news. So you see that big dent right there? So that was a
Oh,
light
no.
scratch. Now, I can definitely drag
Ah,
it
cara, eu tinha
along.
pintado de branco pra arrumar.
So it was the heat.
It was the heat. So let's pop this out and let's. Whoa.
Que meu dedo tava sujo.
Oh no.
Still the cracks in the corner issues.
Okay, so for something this long and tall, we just weren't able to make it work.
What do we do?
Saco.
Should we just make a normal silicone mold?
Maybe let's just. We tried to save time. Sometimes you try to save time and you waste time. Check this out. I did a little like.
Minha vida
planning.
dando tudo
The
errado.
hole at the bottom just happens to be the exact
Ah.
size as a toothpick. You can just perfectly lower it down into the silicone and make a really easy mold.
God dang it.
That's solid.
I just want to make a mold by the
Vai.
end of the night, before it's tomorrow.
Consegue.
It's 11:30. I just want to mold.
Oh.
Poopy.
Poopy.
Agora o outro pé.
Go ahead and start recording in case anything else goes wrong.
Hopefully pouring it out will remove some of the bubbles. And
I hope so.
I mean, we have the vacuum chamber, but I never get it ready or prepared
Yeah, and it's
before
already,
we need it.
our 15 minutes is already going, so you know it's fine.
It could totally be fine.
Oh, careful.
A little bit more.
That looks pretty even to me.
That looks pretty good. Okay.
I would say don't touch it.
I'm gonna leave it.
Let it settle. Okay, a little bit more. I think that's it. Oh, look at that. Look at that.
Ooh, so flush.
So
So
flush.
All right,
Okay.
and
Okay.
great news too. Great
Agora ele
news.
deu uma secada.
This cures in
Vou pintar ali de
75 minutes.
novo.
So we don't have to wait a whole day. We'll see you guys in 75 minutes. Gosh, I hope these work.
They
Let's
have
turn
to.
up the heat in here.
Yeah, it's getting hot in here, so all your molds will cure.
I am getting so hot. I want to. Sorry, go ahead.
Please, molds cure.
Yeah. I certainly hope that these molds work. It's just a little hard to get into.
Oh no! Bubbles!
I mean, we have the vacuum chamber. You know, it's fine. It could totally be fine.
Maybe for some reason,
Não!
miraculously.
Tô pintando no
Yours is
solar.
perfect, and then we just both use yours.
Yeah.
Não pinte a mesa.
Oh,
Even more bubbles.
Ok.
curses. We could do what we should have done from the beginning and use the vacuum.
Honestly, if we have to do that, we're just cutting this scene because like the trials and tribulations are too long.
Caitlin, but I want to show people.
Mais
what
na
this is really
mãozinha.
like. We need to show the teeth, even though it's painful.
We're like 10 minutes into this video and we haven't done any resin yet, and I just want to get to the resin.
There it goes.
Oh, it is expanding a lot this time. Definitely thicker.
I'll admit, the footage I'm getting is impeccable.
As long as our viewers are getting the
Yeah.
highest quality possible. Your turn. I'm still getting
Pronto.
bubbles raising on mine. Oh, I'm still worried.
If this one doesn't work, the bubbles will be a feature. The bubbles will be a star-spangled galaxy orb. The bubbles could be stars. Maybe the bubbles are the stars. They're the stars of the show. Maybe after this, there's going to be a trend and everyone is going to be doing
Tá.
keycaps with
Tá indo.
bubbles. Oh, that's our timer.
All right, well, that's it.
Agora.
Okay.
Terminando
Cool.
aqui.
Really doesn't want to come loose.
A gente
Here,
vai
I'll
pra
have
um
stubby
pouquinho.
fingers, so
Acho que a
I'm gonna
cauda
work
tá
my
bom,
nails.
na real. Vou dar uma pintada aqui.
There you go. Oh,
Oh,
look at
yes.
that.
You know, there's one minor bubble on the side, but I'm cool with it.
I'm cool with it.
É. Aí. Pronto.
That looks beautiful.
Nice, 2 for 2.
There's a slight imperfection on that side. I'm cool with it.
Então,
I'm cool with it.
a mãozinha. A
You know one
outra.
thing that almost always trips us up with silicone molds? Bubbles.
Aí aqui.
So I thought maybe we should learn a little bit more about bubbles.
Luckily, today's video is sponsored by Magellan TV, a documentary streaming service
Ah,
found
nunca
filmmakers
sabia.
with a variety of curated
And 3. And I will say, this one was done with just my fingers, no tools. This one was done with my fingers and a tweezer. And this one was also fingers and a tweezer.
Nossa,
So,
tava cortado
You
aqui.
can see my impeccable skills, but it
Olha.
did improve slightly by this last one. Like, it kind of looks like Jube in a spacesuit. Also, to mold this, I used old clay, this old clay that is unlabeled and we just had in our craft stuff. And I thought, you know, it'd be smart to bake it. Figure out the timing, the temperature. We looked up some common
The
ones.
way you're saying this, I think I'm guessing that it didn't go well.
Mhm.
It melted!
Oh my god!
It melted into a puddle.
Oh my gosh!
This was a ball. And it just melted. Oh, it's still kind of usable.
Ok.
So I guess this is is not the
tudo da
type
mesma
of clay
cor.
you
It
bake.
hardens.
So we
Oh
got
my gosh.
we got some oven baked clay.
I just picked that up just in case while I was getting those supplies. I picked it up as a just in case
I know.
measure.
I know. We're very lucky. I'm also glad I didn't spend like hours on the perfect little
What if
and
you had
then melted
melted
it
it?
into a puddle. I
O
know.
pé.
I don't think I'd be able to handle that emotionally after how this project has gone so far. The crisis averted, hopefully, and now it should all go smoothly. This is,
Also, like, look at these heckin' cute tools.
I know.
They're like little silicone.
Tudo bem a parte de
little,
baixo ser diferente.
doobly dops.
Eu vou
Let's see if
colar
they
em
help me.
Yeah.
uma basezinha, ninguém vai
So
ver.
this is gonna be her body. With something this
Importante
tiny,
é
it's almost better to like
essa parte
carve
aqui.
in to a single blob than try to attach multiple blobs. Technical
Blobs,
terms
blobs,
in the,
blobs. Tô escutando muitos
clay
blobs.
community.
Are you part of the clay community now?
I am now.
I don't understand what is what. So I'm sure it'll come together. I'm sure it'll come together.
Yeah, this is gonna be her arm.
Oh, I see the arm.
Ah,
Cute stubby arms.
tá.
It looks like a poopy on the head.
It'll look like an ear when there's two of them.
It'll look like two poopies.
No, it's not two poopies.
Okay, cat ear, cat ear. Yeah, I see it now. Let's bake it, baby.
Please don't melt. Please don't melt.
Ah,
It didn't melt. Now it's time to paint. I'm a little bit nervous, but I'm gonna do my best.
hum.
It's so cute. Ah! Is there a little tail? I think like she looks like she's in a spacesuit.
Yeah, definitely. I think the shiny silver. helps a ton.
Ok.
My turn for my embed.
Yes.
So I definitely went through a phase where I just painted a whole bunch of planets. Today I'm going to pay tribute to that by making a tiny little planet, doing an acrylic pour over it, and then embedding that inside of the keycap. I'm
Eu
gonna
acho
take
que tá
some ball
bom.
bearings and I'm going to scuff them up a little bit because I want the paint to stick. And then I'm going to take a little dab of hot glue, whoop, and then I'm going to take some flow acrylic, a little bit of,
Oh, you gonna add brown?
uh-oh, should I not?
You can do brown if you want. It's just brave. It's a brave move.
Maybe I'll do brown for like the last one. I have a few of these prepared. Ooh, check it out, check it out. Just so they mix a bit. Okay, now it's gonna dip it.
Ok.
Ooh,
Já tá bom
I
isso
think
aqui.
that might end up looking cool.
Oh, that's so cool. That looks like a tiny marble.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
that worked out surprisingly well. Wow,
Okay.
wow.
Do you have different size ball bearings? Because you fit multiple.
Ok.
pellicles.
Muito bom.
Just in my area.
Agora,
I do have multiple balls. Tiny ball going in.
pegar mais chocolate.
Let it dry. I'm just gonna go ahead and dip a few in.
Yeah, like try some different colors or something.
Oh, I like this color
Oh,
scheme.
okay.
And it's already done.
You're not gonna do brown.
Okay, I'll do one brown. Now that's a very green one.
If you wanted to make it brown, you could like dip a toothpick and just dot it on as like little landmass.
Nossa, explodiu. Nossa, tomar uma aguinha.
Oh,
Oh no!
oh no, my nice pants.
Oh baby.
Brown was a bad idea. Brown's always a bad idea. Oh,
Nossa.
Anyways, look at how beautiful these little planets came
Ok.
out. The little one and the big one with the
Agora.
little spots of brown.
Brown. I knew it works.
It worked. After that went so smoothly, what could ever go wrong with resin time?
Resin time. Resin time. Are you starting or am I starting?
I'm sorry, guys, for we have resined without you guys.
We
Yeah.
resined for like 3 hours last night. without you.
But our intentions were so good. We just wanted to do a really quick test to see if the UV resin would work with this opaque mold that was so deep.
We have done UV resin in opaque molds before, but shallow ones. Our theory was if we do a thin layer at a time, cure it from the top, it should work.
Yeah.
Well, guess what?
It didn't work.
Didn't work. We just kept failing
Each layer like barely bonded to the next.
and failing
We tried letting it cure from longer, from a farther distance.
and failing,
It totally delaminated.
just like the others. And failing
Oh, it's juicy.
and failing.
I tried just curing one layer, and even that didn't work. It got like all weird and warpy and stuff.
The whole reason we were using UV
delícia.
resin was to save time because typically it is faster than using two-part epoxy. But as they
Okay.
say,
Sometimes
Agora.
you try to save time and you waste time.
so
I said that.
yeah, that was you.
We could just change the whole title
Parte
of the video to
difícil.
that.
Yeah, basically, yeah. So after all of these failed UV resin attempts,
Deixa eu ver as referências.
we poured a two-part epoxy one, and it's been curing overnight, so now we will demold it. And hopefully that works, because, you know, otherwise we're using these.
No, this has always worked
I'm
for
a
us. I
girl.
have faith. Ooh. Oh
yeah?
my gosh. That is what I'm talking about. Ooh, that's a cool keycap right
It's a
there
cool
already,
keycap.
you know? All right, huge relief. It works. I'm ready to go for final designs.
Yeah, I feel like we can finally get to resin time.
How
Do resin time.
São dois doidos. É 4h40, meu pai só.
No! This is truth! Let us speak our truths, Caitlin.
Tá. Eu tenho que arrumar um jeito
We're
de...
just gonna do a clear layer, which will be the top of the
segura em
key.
paz.
That'll give us something to stick our embeds to.
Yep. Should be nice and easy to do.
Yeah. Though I am a little worried about. I have to make mine so thin because my embed's
Tô
kind of
limpando
big.
o potinho.
Like, is that
Aqui.
enough?
Quero que misture
I think that was good.
com o que eu vou
Gotta have
fazer
room for her
agora.
tail, you know? We just realized we have
Essa
to like
impressão
pop
minha
the
tem
bubbles on
enferrujando.
this.
Correct.
Ah.
Ah, tá enferrujando.
That definitely helped reduce the bubbles, though. Oh, yeah.
Bem,
Okay.
Scary.
Yeah.
Hey, that was one of the easiest resin layers we've ever done.
Wow, it's going
Wow.
so smoothly. This project is so easy.
Don't say that.
Okay, so we'll let this cure for a little bit, and then we'll come place our embeds. Layer 2.
pegando os
So I'm
paninhos
gonna
aqui,
place her.
If you
dá uma
pour resin
dobradinha
around
nele.
It might generate bubbles.
Okay, I can dip her in resin. Because she does have places where bubbles can catch.
Yeah.
Tá.
I'll do it
Agora.
like a slight angle. Yeah, that's pretty cute.
She's
Preciso
in there.
I'll do a little bit of
pegar
clear
essas
and a
três
little bit of
cores.
swirly pigment.
Precision.
I want a few glitters kind of on
E
in the
fazer.
foreground.
Oh, wow, tricky.
Cor do rato.
Especially because it's the fast resin, too.
It's already getting a little toasty.
Uh-oh, that means, like, if it's already getting hot,
Meio
You gotta
difícil,
I'm pouring.
mas eu vou ter que fazer.
you're
Dá um jeito. Se vira, Tigrão.
I'm pouring.
O que eu vou fazer é pegar algumas referências de pontos
But
claros e
areas like less.
escuros. Eu tirei esse aqui já como ponto escuro, eu vou fazer um ponto mais claro. Então,
I know.
eu acho que eu vou tentar sem o azul
It already looks cool. Like,
e
the
só
pigment you
com
put in there
cinza
is,
básica.
like, definitely
Aqui
making an
meio
appearance.
escuro,
So for my next layer,
não
I'm gonna do
sei,
something a
mas
little
vai dar ruim.
unplanned. I'm going to draw on some stars. This is extremely
Eu vou
nerve-wracking.
usar um pincelzinho mais curto
I did one. Now I'm committed.
pra fazer
I'm so
isso.
excited for when we pop this out.
I know. I can't wait. It's either gonna be a little tiny work of art, or
It's gonna be a mess.
it's gonna be a mess.
Vamos ver.
That
Does it?
level's good. That level's good.
I don't want to do too much. Oh, no.
Vou pegar o branco.
Okay, so this layer is actually, there's a little risk going into this layer because we're gonna have to embed this top lid. We don't want the resin to already be too deep by the time we do the top lid. So I'm gonna do a little bit of resin and then do a test lowering of the lid. If the lid touches resin, that means I just need to fill it up. And in case I do have to do that additional pour, that layer I want to be my dark galaxy layer, so I have to like take the time to prepare it now. You can already feel the resin like heating up.
Uh-oh.
Don't say uh-oh. You stress me out when you say uh-oh.
Yay!
Thanks! I feel great!
You're welcome.
I'm gonna place some glitter. I really don't want this to be any higher than it has to be.
Acho que eu peguei muito preto.
I think I might just barely fit.
Ah, vai precisar do
That's it,
azul,
okay.
gente.
Let's do
Senão vai
the
ficar uma cor estranha.
You so scared me.
If it touches, we need to go for the whole thing. If it doesn't touch, we're
that's
good.
where I gotta go.
Um pouco
'Cause
de
it's
água.
Okay, it's in. There's no resin on it. Okay,
Olha.
That's good. Yay!
there's good.
Eu acho que não tá tão estranho assim como eu
Go
imaginava.
ahead and make 2 resin.
Yeah, for our next rounds.
Okay, yay.
Final layer. It's the final layer. Well, I guess we still have to do yours later.
So you're gonna do black?
You will say that like it's a question.
Espero que não fique com muita
So
diferença.
you're gonna do black. Yeah, black in this kind of purpley color. I do worry that my previous layer was maybe a little bit too opaque and the black won't show through enough, but you know.
We'll see.
We'll see. It just needs more glitter. Okay.
Dude, that looks cool.
Yeah, it looks good. Did I overfill? Yes.
Is that okay? Yes.
Yes. Actually, is it too much?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Just as long as it's centered. Yeah, that was great.
Doing the embeds. I see you have them positioned on a lowering device.
We're getting very official with our, like...
Popsicle sticks.
Gonna do a little bit of clear at the bottom.
And are you adding any color to this layer?
I think I might. The smallest hint.
The smallest hint!
Oopsie.
Fazer isso.
Boop. Swirl. That's it.
Cool.
Now the height of this is very important. It's really hard to see. Okay, I think that's the best I can do.
Okay.
Cross your fingers.
Sei lá, agora
Got the
aqui.
little snips.
Vai.
Oh, wow! Those shot up high.
Safety squint.
Oh. Okay. Clear this off. Yay.
Oh,
Okay. The bottoms are exposed, but that's okay.
yeah, that's awesome.
Alrighty. A little bit of clear. A little bit of color. I'm just gonna do like... Oh no, it's right in the middle. I don't know if I like that. I might need to spread it out. Kind of like a diagonal streak.
Oh, that's cool. I like it kind of as a streak.
Yeah.
I think that's good. I think we're good. But do you want to see if it fits?
I can tell. I have a good amount of height left. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Oh. Alright, I think that there's one layer left, right? Alright, time for my black void of space.
In the void, no one can hear you resin.
A little bit. Yeah, that's right. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah, baby.
Oh my gosh, I cannot wait to remove these.
I know.
Will it all be worth it? Will they be horrible?
Deixa eu ver outros lugares.
I don't
O
know.
ombro.
Because we literally can't see
What's
them.
Can't see them.
The molds are opaque. I don't know. I'm so excited.
We'll find out with you guys.
Pior que se
Well,
misturou
it's
bem.
been an adventure, this entire project. I hope that the adventures are done and that this just looks amazing now and we don't have to redo anything else. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Is this recording?
No. I am now ready.
You're not ready.
Fazendo outro.
I had a decent amount of spillover on mine, which I'm slightly worried about. Oh, it's ready. Oh my gosh! Oh, she's so cute! Oh, she's cute.
She made it!
She
survived her journey into space!
So my fear was that I went a little too much on the
Okay.
shiny bluish white so that you wouldn't be able to see the galaxy behind her, and I think that is what happened. But you know, she's just floating in a cloud in the galaxy.
Yeah, a cloud in the galaxy. I still think it looks beautiful.
I'm honestly pretty pleased.
She's like facing the right direction. She survived her space.
I'm pretty pleased with it, I gotta say.
Should we clean her up and pop her on?
Yeah.
Is the stem intact?
Yeah. Yes.
Yay! Oh yeah, yeah. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
That was
That's,
amazing.
Like, it's ready. Oh, it's ready. Oh.
I could just use my fingers, but I have a specialized tool, so might as well. Oh, and she glows with the colors.
She does glow. It's a subtle glow, but she glowing.
She glowing. She's thriving in space.
She's thriving. Honestly, I'm pleased. I think for like my first real attempt at a fancy keycap with a fancy embed, I'm very pleased with it. Little supervisor in space. She turned out okay. Do you want to do yours?
Representing.
Oh yes, yeah, you are.
Yeah, I'll do mine next.
Your poor planets, they've been through so much.
Ok.
I'm just gonna remove this. I'm just cleaning off the edges in advance.
Yeah.
Oh yeah!
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
That
I wanna
so works.
Yours looks amazing. Your planets look like planets.
They look like they're cushioned in a little bed of a galaxy.
I know. That is awesome, baby.
That is so cool. I could like totally just like spend time making a whole series of like little planets.
I know. I feel like we've learned so much. Now that we have some working molds, you know, it'll be so easy.
The main thing that I've thought of that I kind of want to do is I kind of want to try doing more experimentation with just like...
Look at that with the color! I'm sorry, I want to hear what you're saying, and I just don't want to miss this.
Those galaxies are having a party. I don't want this to be the end of our resin journey. I have more thoughts.
Oh, did anyone ever think this was the end of our resin journey?
Resin keycap journey. Because despite all the ups and downs, this was really fun, and I love how these turn out.
They look awesome, baby. You did great.
We have so many more keys that we need to customize.
We need to do the entire keyboard. Maybe that's a little extra, but I definitely want to make more with you.
I have an idea. I'm not going to share. They'll have to the people who are subscribed will get it eventually.
Thank you guys for joining us on our very first resin keycap experience. If you want maybe some less stressful Evan and Caitlin videos to watch, did you know that we have a second channel where we post multi-hour-long uncut live streams of crafting stuff?
It's just us in our garage making stuff.
With you guys. More candle making, some ornaments. We also live stream them on twitch.tv/Evan and Caitlin, but if you don't have Twitch,
Ok, acabou o vídeo, tá
Evan and
muito
Caitlin
bom.
2 channel is where they also live.
Tava muito concentrado aqui, nem prestei muita atenção no vídeo, não tô sujando o celular mais. Ah, para de sujar meu celular. Cara, não tem nenhum... É um vídeo. Que eu posso usar. Bem, tá ótimo já. Ficou perfeito. Deixa eu ver aqui algum vídeo pra nós. Então vai ficar aqui. Vou dar um F5. Como um chocolatinho. Comendo brigadeiro, gente, ó. Yum. Cara, quero algo legal pra ver. Deixa eu ver se são minhas inscrições. Não vou ver minhas inscrições. Segredo. Ai, ai. Mano. Não tem nada pra ver. Ai, YouTube, que saco. Queria algo legal para ver. Esse aqui é do rato borrachudo. Vamos ver. Às vezes tem uns negócios legais, eu tô gostando do canal dele. Hum. É. Gosto de ver quando ele faz as coisas. Ah, cara, tinha um vídeo tão bom que eu queria ver ontem, só que eu perdi. Eu esqueci de clicar nele pra ficar salvo no histórico. E aí, eu... Sony foi parar. Ah, sei lá, vamos ver isso aqui. Era de Nintendo. Ah, Sony foi parar. Vamos ver isso aqui. Ó,
This video is sponsored by
vocês viram mais de
Squarespace. From
perto.
websites and online
Ó,
stores
ficou
to
uns
marketing
coisinha
tools and
clara.
analytics, build your online presence with Squarespace.
Hey everyone, Ace of Clay here. Welcome
Dá
back
pra
to my channel
ver.
and welcome to another
Mas,
sculpting video. Today
agora...
I'm making Pyramid Head from Silent Hill. Now after sculpting the nurse last week, I had no choice but to sculpt Pyramid Head this week, and I'm so glad I did. He is so different from my usual sculptures, so I really hope you enjoy this process and you like how he comes out. If you're not familiar with Pyramid Head, again, just like the nurse, he is from the Silent Hill franchise. He's in the movies and in the video
Vou pegar o
games. He's
preto.
this big, huge buff guy. Uses this
Jogar
long,
pouco
crazy
de água
sword, and he's
aqui.
got this giant pyramid-shaped headpiece on, and
Bastante não.
he's nothing but your worst nightmare. And I'm gonna bring him to life today in clay form, only about
Deixa eu aumentar o
this
vídeo.
tall though. So, without further ado, if you want to see me sculpt this guy from start to finish, then hit like, hit subscribe,
de
check me
muito
out on
não.
Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok at Ace of Clay, and let's get started.
E agora, pegar meu paninho. Deixa essa água bem molhada.
Alright, let's get started. I've got my wooden plaque here. This was made by Max in the UK.
Misturar bem com a
I'm going to
água,
go
a
ahead
tinta.
and start
Eu quero
shaping out
bem
the armature. I've got
líquida.
my holes drilled in for
Tem umas
that.
partes ainda
We're going to
secando.
start shaping out the legs
Mas,
and
assim, ó.
the torso area. And then, of course, all the materials and
Vendo?
tools that you see me use in this video are listed in the description box below.
Pra entrar
along
nos
with my affiliate
buraquinhos.
links if you want to purchase anything. I just
Vou
want to
criar
make sure I get the
textura.
proportions right. And then he is going to be wearing, I guess, for lack of a
Daí
better
que a gente
term,
faz?
floor-length skirt. So I'm
Pega o
not worried
paninho
about what the
seco.
legs are going to be shaped like at this point. I just want them to
Ele.
support the torso. And then here we go. This will be like the spine here. And then this is going to be an arm. Number one. Then I'm going to mirror this like that. And there we go. We got a little stick figure situation going on. Let's connect the two pieces with some more wire.
Aqui também. Ó. Contraste que dá.
Now that that looks good, I'm going to fill in the skirt with some aluminum foil. Now just to be safe, before I start adding ultralight, I'm just going to put some tape around that just so it doesn't want to separate. Let's go in with that ultralight and start shaping out the bottom here, and I'm just going to work my way up.
Okay.
So this guy is pretty jacked. I think it's safe to assume that he doesn't skip leg day. So I'm going to make sure that this is bulked out correctly, and it's not just this drapery. It is, there's legs underneath there, so it needs to look like the legs are pulling the fabric.
A cara assim.
All right, there we go. His armature looks good. I'm happy with it. Let's go ahead and throw this in the oven, bake it, and then be right back. All right, now that he's baked and completely cooled down, it's time to add our final layer of clay. I'm using some Super Sculpey Original for this project. I'm going to start covering that ultralight.
Ok, agora aqui.
Right now for the torso, because he's in this sort of twisted position and he's leaning back, it's not going to be just a straightforward torso with his arms to his side. I have to take into account that curvature and sort of show how the muscles are going to turn with his spine like that. So I'm not just going to just throw muscles on where I think they're supposed to go. I need to take that into account. So I'm going to go ahead. I always like to start with my male torsos. I like to start with the pectoral muscles, and then I go down to the obliques and the abdomen, and then the shoulders I'll do as part of the arms later on. So let's just get this middle area figured out.
Let's see. Também. Tá indo. Mas tem problema ficar mais claro. Importante é só sujar. Nossa, nada. Acho que eu preciso colocar mais preto. Tá muito aguado agora. Mais um dedinho. Ok. Vamos fazer aqui no pé. Aqui, ó. Vocês verem.
Alright, now that the chest looks pretty good, I'm going to go in and start adding the bicep area on each arm.
Uma diferença. Calma aí. Esse. Até pode não parecer muito, porque eu também vou fazer mais camada, mas principalmente aqui, ó, nos dedos. Ó, aqui e
Let's
aqui.
go ahead and start the skirt. I'm gonna skirt or dress, I don't know what to call it.
Detalhezinho simples.
I'm just gonna add
Faz a
piece up
diferença.
here to make that edge, and then we'll
Ah,
start
essa
adding a ton
câmera.
of snakes of clay to finish it off.
Aqui, pronto. Achei um lugar legal pra ficar. Vou colocar aqui já na perna também. A gente secar depois. Não pode deixar acumular. Senão pode cagar tudo. Isso.
It's looking pretty good.
Agora fazer a mesma
I'm gonna
coisa
go
na
in
outra
now
perna.
and add some creepy details to the torso. It's way too perfect and untouched. I need to add some scars, some veins,
Fazer aqui
all
na
sorts of good stuff,
bolinha.
some nice texture, and then we'll get that really finished up, and then we'll go from there.
Tá vendo? Vou escorrer tudo aqui pra baixo.
Hey, it's me again. This video is sponsored by Squarespace.
Ah, não quero saber. Tá. Agora o rabo aqui, ó. Em cima, os lados. Tá vendo? Olha a diferença. Fica mais lindo. Bota essa mãozinha aqui.
Alright, let's get this guy in the oven. Alright, now for the blade, I've decided that I want
E
this the
passar
blade
nessa
part to
aqui de
be
novo.
6 inches long. And then with the handle, it'll be around like 7.5. So let's measure.
Passar aqui, sim. De novo.
And then we're gonna put a piece of wire on it. I'm gonna leave a
Passar
lot at
nessas
the end
áreas.
because to attach
Ok.
this to the figure,
Vamos limpar
I'm going to wrap it
bonitinho.
around his arm wire. Add the clay. Then we'll brush on a little bit of
Limpinho.
bacon bond.
Calma aí, gente. Deixa eu ajeitar aqui o celular. Nossa. Tá. Que eu uso a câmera do celular como câmera. Tá. Às vezes eu posso até mais pra dar uma limpada,
Alright, there we go. We've got
sabe?
Pyramid Head's giant knife. I'm gonna go
Às vezes
ahead
fica
and
meio
bake this
sujo
too,
alguns
and then we'll
lugares.
come back and keep going. Be right back. Alright, now that he's baked and
Mas
completely
relaxa.
cooled down,
Tá
and
parecendo muito
so is
sujo.
his giant knife, we're gonna go ahead and start that pyramid helmet. What I'm doing now is just cutting it out of some of that paper, like we did with the knife.
Nossa, o celular tá muito quente. Mas é
Now we're
sobrando.
gonna tape the pieces together to figure out how big that back piece needs to
Ok.
be.
Tá
Make sure everything
bonitinho.
everywhere
Acho que eu vou passar
first.
mais aqui, ó. Na orelha.
Alright, there we go. Got the
Deixar
pyramid thing
tempinho ali
figured
pra dar uma
out. Now I
grudada.
think what I'm gonna do is cover these in clay and then reassemble them.
Acho que de resto tá bom. Ok. Bom. Perfeito. Uhum. Ok, tá legal. Agora a gente vai fazer o contrário. Agora eu vou pegar outro pincel, fazer totalmente o contrário. Ai, tô com medo de usar branco. Vou fazer um cinza pra fazer isso.
Alright, there we go. Now
Vou
let's
usar esse aqui.
detail it.
Ai, porque não pode ser muito molhado, tem que ser seco. Tá, vamos lá. Ai, gente, pegar bem a pontinha, sabe? Vou misturar aqui, ó. Deixa eu mostrar pra vocês. Ó, vou misturar aqui. Fazer um dry brush, que se chama. Quero fazer cinza, não tenho cor cinza. Então eu ter não, tenho que criar o cinza em dry brush, que é difícil. Ok. Vou testar um pouco aqui na minha mão. Não tá saindo nada da minha mão, vou testar aqui. Ok.
Alright, I think that's good for now. Let's go ahead and
Não tá
sculpt
saindo
his
nada.
arms and hands, and then we'll be ready to bake.
Pera aí. Vou fazer com branco direto. Ó. Não sei se vocês estão conseguindo ver. Assim, ó. Vamos. Coisinha branca, tipo aqui, ó. É desse dry brush. Vou fazer com branco só, então. Se eu colocar mais. Aí. Ó.
Alright, he's looking pretty good. Let's go ahead and get him in the oven. We're gonna bake the headpiece separately so that it's easier to paint, and then we'll be good to go. So, be right back. Alright, now that he's baked and cooled down, this guy is ready for some paint. I'm gonna start with the skin, and then we'll do this robe, skirt thing, and then his headpiece, and the knife, and we'll be good to go. This is gonna be fun to paint. It's gonna be fun like the nurse was last week. Let's get started. All the paints that I'm using are Folk Art brand matte acrylics.
Aqui acho que o branco não vai ser bom, não. Pro pelo, né? Piorei. Deixar assim. Com mais chocolate. Delícia. Vai ficar legal. Mas exagerei. Fazer um cinza. Vamos ver agora. Nossa, tá muito molhado ainda. Muito molhado, tem que ser seco. Tudo errado. Não. Deixa eu secar esse potinho aqui. Vocês não estão vendo, né? Eu tô secando isso aqui. Toma água. Um pouco do branco. E do preto. Vamos fazer o cinza.
Now I'm just going to glue this on with some E6000 industrial adhesive. And he's done! My sculpture of Pyramid Head is complete. Let me know what you think of him in the comments.
Ah, ficou legal. Agora deixa eu ver. Nossa, tá. Muita tinta. Ah, eu vou trocar de pincel, que isso aqui não tá dando certo. Esse pincel aqui. Guardar ele.
This guy came out so good. I'm so happy with this thing. I had a lot of fun with the full male anatomy that I got to do. I don't do that too often. Got to do some organic snakes of clay drapery here. His nice huge knife. And of course, I had a blast making this little headpiece. And I really hope you enjoyed this process. And of course, you'll join me for the next one. As always, thank you so much for watching and being here. Don't forget to check me out on Own It to book a meeting with me. And then of course, be sure to follow me on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok at Ace of Clay. And I will see you in the next video.
Follow me on TikTok. Ah, vamos seguir ele no TikTok. Cara, que calor. Nossa, vocês não tem ideia. Ai, meus pincel caindo nos pedaços.
Welcome to Drawfee, where we take your dumb ideas
and make even dumber drawings.
I'm Karina.
I'm Jacob.
I'm Julia.
And I'm Martin.
What?
Say what?
What? There, I said it. Martin.
Hello.
AKA Lil Karibo.
My gosh. Martin, yes, both names work.
Calma aí. Pincel que tá muito duro.
I make YouTube content. I started making YouTube content back
Ah,
in
olha esse nossa gaita, né?
I started with a thing called Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged, which took off to my surprise. It kind of took on a life of its own. It snowballed. I never expected it to. I never expected my Yu-Gi-Oh! Parody to become such a big thing. I also made a thing called Naruto, the abridged comedy stand-up spoof series show, which is much less well known, but I'm also very proud of it. It's one of the dumbest things I've ever made, but it's also, in my opinion, one of the best things I've made.
That'll do it.
Another thing I'm kind of known for is I do the audio description for the Star Wars movies for the Blu-ray and digital releases worldwide.
Wow.
When The Force Awakens came out, they wanted someone with a sort of more British accent that was living in the States, because I guess they wanted someone who sounded like a Star Wars villain. I don't know. So
British.
there you go.
I don't know.
They got me to do that, and I was very excited. That's one of the more exciting things I've gotten to do. I've been in a few anime things as well. Hunter x Hunter. I was in the K-On! Movie. Usually when they need a British voice, they bring me in, and I'm available.
Damn, dude, you're all over the place.
I'm all over the place.
So many.
Feels
and
like
now
it.
we've dragged you here.
Yeah, we got
something equally as cool to Star Wars.
It's like right on the same.
At least.
Equal cool factor.
Brought you on today to humor me. Fellow Yu-Gi-Oh! Old blood. We've walked the same holy ground.
Now, Karina, when did you get into Yu-Gi-Oh?
When I was was a wee child.
Like which series? Like the original?
The original.
Wow.
It aired on TV.
Brilliant, brilliant.
I did in the 8th grade lurk in the
Okay.
live journal community where you first posted Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged. So
Play the damn card. Yes, it's
Absolute classic.
An integral part of my history and
Vamos
our
ver.
history, I suppose.
well, I was there. You
Wow.
just didn't know.
What was that like? What was it like seeing that get posted like early on back then?
I
'Cause
remember thinking it was cool and then making my friends watch like every episode.
Now that, in my opinion, is why the show took off, because I don't think the show was that special early on, but the fan reaction to it was phenomenal. I really do owe a lot to the Yu-Gi-Oh fans for spreading word about it. I really think that it wouldn't have taken off if the Yu-Gi-Oh fandom hadn't embraced it. So I'm always very grateful to people like you, Karina, and everybody in the
Oh.
Yu-Gi-Oh fandom. I don't think I'd be here without you guys.
Vocês estão fazendo muita diferença, não.
Yu-Gi-Oh fans are ride or die, which is why we're always down to do more Yu-Gi-Oh videos. Am I right, guys?
Heck yeah.
Which is why we're doing one right now, and we simply must start drawing in this episode. And so I'm gonna say what we're doing here today. It's Martin, you're gonna give us like some movie characters, and we're gonna make them into Yu-Gi-Oh cards, isn't that?
Yes,
That's the
I
prompt,
believe
right?
that's what we're doing. Yes, I'm very excited to
Yu-Gi-Oh
see
cards,
the results.
Yu-Gi-Oh characters.
Well, I'm ready. If you want to give me my character, I'm up first.
Sure thing. I thought, since I started off by talking about the Star Wars stuff, it might be fun, especially with the new Obi-Wan Kenobi show coming out. It'd be fun to draw Obi-Wan Kenobi, the classic.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Well, you could
yeah.
think of him as Alec Guinness or as Ewan McGregor. I tend to find that I think of him as Ewan McGregor more these days than Alec Guinness. No disrespect to the Academy Award-winning actor, Sir Alec Guinness, but Ewan McGregor is just so charming and dashing, and really seems to love that character in those films. And with the proliferation of things like the Clone Wars show, I just have that image of young Obi-Wan more so these days.
Very
Yeah,
good.
totally.
And I thought, if you need a reference for a Yu-Gi-Oh card to sort of be in, sort of liken him to,
Sure.
there's this guy Neo the Magic Swordsman. I don't know if it's a very popular card, but he's the first one I could think of that was holding a sword, and he's sort of got magic powers as well, sort of a Force user.
Yeah.
He's holding a finger up, and he's
absolutely.
got a little glowy beam on his finger. So
That's it, the Force.
Totally.
there you go.
I like that this card, it kind of looks like we've caught him off guard. Like he wasn't expecting the camera to like slip over and look at him.
It says a dimensional drifter. What? Who not only practices sorcery, but is also a sword and martial arts master. I think
Bem,
that sounds
agora eu
like
vou
a
ficar
Jedi.
fazendo isso.
Damn, what can't he do? Get you a man like Neo the Magic Swordsman.
I like to read, but is also a sword and martial arts master. Like he is a sword that is a martial arts master.
He's also a sword.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you zoom out this photo of him, he actually is just a sword.
Ah,
It's
tá
so
caindo
weird.
tudo.
That's just a guy behind him. That's not him.
Yeah. Like I said, we've caught the sword by surprise. He wasn't ready, he wasn't in position, he's not fully in the photo.
Ai,
Obi-Wan Kenobi is probably my favorite Star Wars character these days, and as a kid, I don't think I would have said that just because I knew him as this old guy, you know, who met
calma lá,
Luke
gente.
in the
Tá caindo
desert.
tudo
And,
aqui.
you know, as cool as that character is for that role, I think I definitely prefer the swashbuckling sort of young bearded.
Ai, tá caindo tudo.
I like Alec Guinness, Obi-Wan Kenobi, just because he's like the first time a Jedi do some like cool mind freak where he's like, these are not the droids you're looking for. I'm like, damn, I want that.
Right? Look at Chris Angel over here.
Look at Chris Angel.
I love that original. A New Hope's probably still my favorite Star Wars film, just because they introduced so many elements of the world of Star Wars that seemed so mysterious back then. Like they talk about the Clone War, and you don't know what the heck that is. And like you say, he does the Jedi mind trick, which I'm sure if they knew they were going to make 7 or 8 extra films and a series, multiple series, they probably would have been like, maybe we should be careful about how, world breaking these powers are. But no, he can just wave his hand and do whatever.
Yeah.
It is very fun because my roommate is a Star Wars guy.
Yeah.
Like he had a bookshelf that was every Star Wars novel. And so we'd have this deal, this unspoken deal, where he was welcome to simply info dump Star Wars lore on me, and I would return it. It's something usually Yu-Gi-Oh related.
Oh, brilliant.
But of course, but it does just sound like an absolute mess. And I'm just like, wow. I'm so glad I became just like definingly obsessed with Yu-Gi-Oh instead of Star Wars, because Yu-Gi-Oh lore is already convoluted.
Oh, yes.
This sounds like nothing. How do you Star Wars fans live like this?
Especially with 2 different canons now. You've got the Legends canon and you've got the current, I don't know what they call it now, but the expanded universe as it is now. Like, it conflicts with itself.
Yeah.
It's like, how do you get that right in your head?
And there's so much supplementary material. I was shocked when I discovered the theme park was canon.
Yeah, everything that happens there is canon. It's crazy.
I was so mad.
You can't do that.
Rides breaking down is canon.
This is not Star Wars, but it reminds me of like The Matrix Online, how that MMO was canon to the story of The Matrix.
Right.
And when like the new one, there were like trailers for the new Matrix, people were like, why is Morpheus not in the trailer? And everyone's like, Morpheus canonically died in the Matrix Online MMO.
Yeah, that was mind-blowing to some people.
It was so funny.
I love when they do that, though, because they always have to walk that stuff back. Like, when they say stuff like that, they're like, this video game is canon. And then 5 years later, they're like, what video game?
Yeah, because my understanding of it via my Star Wars roommate was because it's just such an expanded lore with like all these different projects and different writers. The 2 canons is effectively, these are just stories that they tell, like in universe. So, not sure how true those are. And then here's the true facts. I'm like, what the hell? What the hell?
It's even more confusing because there's media that got caught up in the middle of that. Like Star Wars: The Old Republic was canon to the expanded universe back in the day. They're still making that game, and it was ongoing when they decided to say, okay, everything before the Clone Wars is not canon anymore. So people are like, is the Old Republic canon still? And if it is, does that mean Knights of the Old Republic is canon and all the things connected to that? So I don't envy people who try and make sense of all this. I just try to enjoy it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the way to do it, I think.
I can't imagine trying to make sense of it. I tried to make sense of the Yu-Gi-Oh timeline once, and I was like, actually, this is stupid. I hate it here.
So I actually have a very casual relationship with a lot of the spin-offs of Yu-Gi-Oh, and I call them spin-offs, and I know that they are their own shows in their own right, and they have their own things going on. They're not necessarily directly tied to the Duel Monsters content. And the manga based on those spin-offs are frequently their own stories as well that aren't even based on like GX or 5Ds. They just have their own story. My understanding is Yu-Gi-Oh, GX, 5Ds, all the same world.
Yes.
Then,
confirmed same timeline.
Then it gets confusing.
Yes, very.
You have I say Zexel, but I know it's pronounced like Ziel or something like that. It's like some different pronunciation, but I'm sorry. I want to cover my bases.
Is it?
I don't know.
Say Zexel.
Zexel.
We say Zexel in this house.
I got corrected so many times when I said Zexel back in the day, so I just tried to
By who?
by fans that were like, you're saying it wrong. And I was like, okay, I'll try my best.
What if they're wrong?
By Kaiba.
Kaiba called you on the phone.
But yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexel, that's its own continuity?
My understanding is it takes place in the far future.
Okay.
And then Arc 5 is arguably its own continuity, where it has alternate versions of every previous Yu-Gi-Oh timeline that are just unresolved in it.
That's the multiverse Yu-Gi-Oh
Yep.
show. That would be really popular right now if it came out, but
I know that Jacob's wrapping this up, but I do want to bring up this card that came up when I brought up reference for Jacob on Neo the Magic Swordsman. It also came up with this card that I can't help but read with a certain musical candor. Trance the Magic Swordsman.
Trance the Magic Swordsman.
There's also a line here that says, his description is peculiar magician with considerable abilities. Supposedly, he just returned from a trip to outer space.
Supposedly.
That's nice.
he's making that up.
He keeps telling people that, and we're just not sure.
That's what he
Totally for
says, but
space
he has
guys.
no proof.
Yeah, this also works for Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
I've been to space, you know, waves hand.
Yeah, I feel like his card would be called something like Spacefaring Samurai or something
Totally.
like that.
Interestingly, there are Star Wars Yu-Gi-Oh cards, official ones, that have crossed over with Wizard of Oz. I learned this in the last year
What?
or so. Yes.
What the
Wait,
hell?
what?
Let me look this up. I can find this. This is legit.
And now you're saying this.
Here we go. What are they called? They're called Cosmo cards. And you'll notice if you look at the artwork that they are definitely referencing, at the very least, Star Wars, and I know Wizard of Oz is combined in there. If you look up, like, Cosmo Good Witch, that's obviously a lightsaber she's
Yeah.
holding.
Cosmo Wicked Witch.
There's, like,
Wow.
Stormtroopers, there's Cosmo Tin Can that is obviously R2-D2 crossed with the Tin Man. So, yeah, there's canonical Star Wars
Wow.
crossover with Yu-Gi-Oh!, which is really cool.
But is it part of the Star Wars canon?
Which canon is it in?
I love the droids in almost said Yu-Gi-Oh! I love the droids in Star Wars. I love my favorite droid is the Gonk droid because it just walks around and says Gonk.
Oh, I love Cosmo Tin Can.
Isn't he cute?
He's a little guy.
Yeah, he's doing his best.
I'm finished with Spacefaring Samurai, the new most powerful Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Jacob, this is very cool, by the way.
That's
It's
awesome.
very
Thank you.
animated series.
Yes, the Gendy Tartakovsky animated series was my favorite. The Clone
Yeah, I
Wars
think I was
show.
channeling some of that in like the beard
Yes,
design and
definitely
the
have that.
shapiness. But yeah, get this card, put it in your deck.
Yeah.
You want to put this card in your deck?
Karina, you're going next.
It's time to unleash hell.
Heck yeah, unleash the heaviside layer, as they might say.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Our
They
audience is
might.
like scrambling to turn off the episode.
So, does your audience not like the classic musical Cats by Andrew Lloyd Webber?
When Cats 2019 came out, we went a little hard on
Oh.
talking about cats.
For about the entire time since. For about 2 years.
Some would say we've never stopped.
Yeah, some would say it still continues
yeah,
to this
what's
very
the
episode.
what's the days without incident counter on this one?
Days
Comments.
without jellicles.
We've stopped talking about it as of late just to get your guard down. So let's go.
Hit him with it.
Okay, so I think that it would be wrong if we didn't have Mr. Mistopheles as the Dark Magician.
Oh, yes.
Finally, Dark Magician support with Cat.
So, as we know, his manner is vague and aloof. You'd think there's nobody shyer, but he's also been heard on the roof when he was curled up by the fire. I love that movie.
Damn.
I love that musical. I only recently got into Cats because of the movie, and it caused me to. And I'm sure your audience is sick of hearing about this thing at this point, but
No, they know what they signed up for.
it caused me to open a sort of can of worms because I had no experience with this aside from Memory. I knew the song Memory, and Marin, my partner, was like, "We should watch this movie on digital during the pandemic because we have nothing else to do." And I was like, "It's just gonna be a waste of our time. It's probably not that special." And we put it on, and I was on half paying attention. I was looking at the corner of my eye, and they just kept saying Jellicle over and over again, and I was like, "This is nonsense." And
Yep.
about halfway through, I started paying attention, and I didn't like it, but I wanted to watch it again.
Yeah, I know that feeling exactly.
I feel like half paying attention, like having one foot in reality and one foot in Cats, is the only way to not get swept fully away
Yeah.
in whatever the hell Cats is.
Yeah. See, my relationship with Cats is varied because my high school did a student production of it one year, and it was just like such a mess. And then I like watched the old version, like the VHS with my BFF, and I don't know, it like made me irrationally angry for some reason because every time they would like dance, I'd just think of real cats doing the dances, and it was like pissing me off.
Yes.
So like I had this very like irrational hatred of cats, and then the movie was getting released and it looked absolutely bananas, and I was like, oh my god, they're making a weird movie. And then I saw it on opening day, very empty theater, and I thought it was the funniest thing in the world. And then I saw it 2 more times in theater.
Oh my gosh.
One of those times with us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
one time it was with the entire Drawfee team, and in the
Wow.
first like 2 minutes, I look over and Julia just has her head in her hands.
Do you know that scene in A Clockwork Orange where he has his eyes pried open and he's like forced to... That was me. I felt, and then I left the same way that man left in A Clockwork Orange. I felt like a new, worse person.
Something had changed.
Something, to quote Wicked or whatever, something has changed within me.
Yeah.
Something is not the same.
Speaking of Wicked, can you believe they've split that into 2 films?
What?
Yes.
What?
The film adaptation is being split into 2 parts, which I think is completely unnecessary because
Very.
it's only a 3-hour show, and you can easily trim out an intermission and refine some. You can make a 2-hour, 2.5-hour movie out of Wicked very easily. It's right there. It's done for you.
Movies are getting too long.
I think they're trying to make it into like an almost cinematic universe sort of thing. I'm not going to say they're going to make like
Wicked
5, 6 movies, but
universe.
a Wicked multiverse. I don't know.
There's a mid credit scene where like Skimbleshanks like walks out Nick Fury style.
Going to talk to you about the Railway Initiative. But I have seen the Cats movie more than 20 times at this point.
Oh my goodness.
Which
How?
is
What?
purely...
God bless.
Yeah, I get very obsessed with things. This is how I reacted to Yu-Gi-Oh! When I first started watching it. I've had sporadic obsessions, but like the first one was probably Star Wars when I was like 10. I just watched Star Wars like crazy. And then after a while, I think it was Mystery Science Theater 3000. I was obsessed with that. I was trading VHS tapes with people across the ocean. Then it was, for a while, Xena Warrior Princess, and then it was Yu-Gi-Oh! So
Hell yeah.
I've been and then eventually Cats.
Yeah.
So I've been across the spectrum of nonsense.
Everyone follows the
same
Xena to
trajectory.
Cats timeline.
Yeah. We all get there eventually.
Yeah. I saw it multiple times in theaters, but it's because I became the Cats friend.
Oh.
I was the one person who was like willing to see Cats with people.
Brilliant.
And they'd be like, "Oh, I thought it'd be kind of fun to watch it, but no one wanted to go with me. You'll go with me?" Heck, if it weren't early 2020 and my friends were easier to make plans with, I might have seen it at least 2 more times because everyone just wanted to see it. I was like, I'll go.
I kind of became the Cats friend for a while as well because everybody would come to me and say, I want to watch Cats, but I want to watch it with somebody who understands what's going on. And I want to watch it with somebody who knows what Jellicle means because a lot of people were like, I don't understand. Is Jellicle angelical? And I'm like, no, it's very straightforward. It's a child saying, dear Lickle. It's saying, dear little cat. And then dogs are pollicle dogs, which is poor little dog. And it's very straightforward if you know what you're looking for. The movie decides that it's actually... The movie pretends that it's deeper than it is. It pretends there's an actual, like, deep... not a deep narrative, but a narrative. Cats shouldn't have a narrative. Cats is... The magic of Cats is that it's a show about cats putting on a show. And that's it.
It is POV. You are a stupid little self-important cat, and all of this makes sense to you. Trust me.
This kind of reflects on how I felt about Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, and bear with me when I explain this. I was a dog person for the longest time. I didn't see the appeal of an actual cat. I love dogs because I grew up with dogs, and they loved me unconditionally, you know, like dogs do. And I was just like, why would you want a cat? Cats just don't give a shit. Cats take care of themselves, and they seem like they could care less if you were there. It took me living with cats and loving them when I got married and moved out here to America to really understand why cats are wonderful, and you know, that they do have love to give their owners, and they do genuinely, you do develop a bond, a really unique bond with a cat. Like I posted a video of me petting my cat Gordon on the belly this morning, and it was a magical thing.
It was cute.
Yeah, it's a magical
What a
thing.
sweetie.
Like, because he let me do that. Like a dog would just wouldn't give a care. Would just like, yeah, you're petting me. This cat let me pet them, and that was a big thing. And
you earned it.
Exactly. And I feel like the difference between Yugi and Jaden is the difference between a dog and a cat. Because Yugi is unconditional love. Yugi is, I am there for my friends, no matter what. Jaden's kind of like a cat where it's like, I'm having a good time. Oh, you guys are here too.
I feel like you have wasted this premise in our show when it could have been a YouTube essay with like 1 million views. I was like so compelled by this premise.
Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! GX is like cat.
I would do more essays like that, but every time I do something like that, I get told I sound like a text-to-speech, and I don't know how to feel about that. I'm sure a lot of people are listening to Drawfee being like, why is my text-to-speech telling me all this stuff?
Can we turn off Microsoft Sam? I'm trying to watch Drawfee.
I felt like during that whole thing, I was like, this dude's got a perfect voice for video essays. I felt the opposite.
Oh, it's very kind. Thank you.
People never know what they want. That's why they watch me do Yu-Gi-Oh! Video essays. I stopped doing them because they were too hard to edit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
But I did do my Yu-Gi-Oh! GX video essay.
Now, Karina, do you prefer Mr. Mistopheles from the movie or from the stage show? Because they're very different.
From the stage show.
The stage show's so
but
much
I think
better.
this one's channeling a bit of the movie where he's very unsure of himself.
Yeah, they wanted to give him a character arc, which is really interesting. It's an interesting concept. They go from being this fool to being a competent magician because, you know, they keep saying, oh, well, I never was there ever.
Yeah.
But I do think that the movie version of Mr. Mistopheles is more true to the poems, because I'm sure you guys have discussed this, that the whole Cats musical is based on a series of poems. And the poem describes him as being sort of like shy and like doesn't really do much. And the best magic he can do is he can pull any card from a pack. Well, that's not difficult. Anyone can do that.
Yeah, it's called drawing a card.
Yeah.
They do it all the time in Yu-Gi-Oh!
They do.
I guess it's difficult when you don't have thumbs.
That's true.
Yeah,
That's true.
You gotta kind of poke a hole in it.
Yeah.
But then that hole's there forever, so.
Shows you which card it is.
I say this constantly because I think it's so funny, but I don't know if you know Mr. Karibo. In Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, in the dub, which I like to count as canon, they do name drop Cats the Musical in one episode.
I've been told this.
So Cats is canon to Yu-Gi-Oh!
My headcanon is that when Taya goes to New York to study dance, she becomes a member of the Cats show. She becomes the ballet Victoria, the ballet dancer. Yeah.
It all makes sense.
It's all connected.
Exactly.
Everything's
Andrew
connected.
Lloyd Webber is out there causing problems.
And he wrote Yu-Gi-Oh!
He is Yu-Gi-Oh!
I'm just a sucker for musicals at the end of the day. Musicals are my favorite genre. I think everything could be improved by being a musical. If everybody started singing in Yu-Gi-Oh!, I think it would be a much better show.
It really is. I really lament that Pokemon got a Broadway musical because it kind of hit at the exact right time to like get that sort of nonsense, whereas Yu-Gi-Oh! Kind of missed the boat on it.
Yeah,
Can you imagine?
I think there's huge potential for a Yu-Gi-Oh! Musical. Pegasus is obviously a very musical character.
Yeah, and Darren Dunstan was Giovanni.
Yeah.
In the Pokemon musical.
Would have been perfect. Would have been great crossover.
Was there ever a Yu-Gi-Oh like stage show in Japan? Because they do
I don't
stage
think
shows of like
so.
every anime.
I feel like there wasn't.
No, I don't think so.
That's shocking to me.
I know, right?
It's not really the same, but I think I don't know anything about the card game, so forgive me. But I think they're at nationals. They do they have the voice actors come out and perform a duel with actual duelists playing, and they're doing the voices for them.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been to one of those, kind of.
The craziest thing is in one of those, the voice actor for Yusei in the dub, Greg Abbey, actually said a quote from my show. He actually ended up saying card games on motorcycles during a live duel, which surprised me.
That's so cool.
Because at this point, I feel like Yu-Gi-Oh is so steeped in memes, and so much of them come from the abridged series.
It's a huge honor to be any kind of part of Yu-Gi-Oh, even like the fandom, even like to be thought of in the same breath as Yu-Gi-Oh is like, that's a real special thing for me. It goes back to my love for Xena. 2 episodes of Xena were written by a fanfic writer for Xena. Like, they actually got somebody who wrote some of the more popular fanfiction for Xena to write a couple of the final season episodes. And I thought that is the greatest thing for a fan.
That's so smart.
That's the best gift to give a fan of the show, to let them just express themselves within the actual content. And I know I will never have that kind of an opportunity with Yu-Gi-Oh! But to be so ingrained in the fandom, and obviously there are people who, could give or take me, and there are going to be generations of Yu-Gi-Oh! Fans to come who've never heard of me. But to have been part of the Duel Monsters celebration is really just very special to me as a fan. It's so unbelievable to me. I don't believe it sometimes.
Yeah, that's so cool. And such like a nice thought too.
Because I feel like I've mentioned this to you before on Twitter, but like, I don't even know if you remember, you used to have like a Zazzle shirt store when you first started Abridged. I had a super special awesome shirt, and I wore it all the time my freshman year of high school.
Oh my gosh, that's incredible. Back in the day, I really didn't know what I was doing. And I'm pretty sure it was very clear. And there were lots of people who came to me and were like, I can set this website up for you, or I can set this store up for you. And I was very grateful for the help. I probably would have been more discerning if I'd realized, just how easily you can be taken advantage of in a situation like that. But I am grateful for the help I received back in the day.
Yeah, that's how you learn that stuff too.
Yeah, because I was just like, oh yeah, sure, to everybody,
Yeah. The stuff was like so content creation, I guess, in the sense that we do it and stuff. It just wasn't like as big back then, I think. So it was kind of, everyone was a bit new to it, maybe.
Very Wild West.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, totally.
Every time I watch Cats, and it gets to the bit with Idris Elba, he's basically naked. And he's sitting on the thing, and he takes off his hat and he's like, hey, or whatever.
Yeah.
I take a picture of the screen and I send it to my partner, and I'm like, I'm watching Cats again. And they just have a Facebook thread from me that is just that screenshot over and over and over again.
That was one of the most shocking parts of it when I first saw it. I was like, they just put him up there naked.
Yes, it was a choice.
They must have seen how it looked and then just went ahead and said, yeah, we're going to keep it just like this.
I almost feel like they were just like, Idris Elba's gorgeous, nobody will mind, but it didn't work that way.
No, it did not capture his brand of attractiveness very well.
Just like, you're not wrong, but also it just like, it's too much.
Way too much.
I'm so glad everyone agrees on that, because I felt very scandalized the first time I saw that scene. I was like, oh my God.
The whole movie made me feel scandalized. Other than the railway cat scene, which I still
say
best
scene.
It's amazing.
Is the best scene of the whole movie, because it makes sense in any way, shape,
and
or form.
It's shot really well.
Yeah.
It's
all
how
the
they
scale,
directed the whole film.
Yeah.
They put all their effort
The scale
there.
is consistent, kind of, except the cats at some point are like the size of rats, because they're like
they're walking on the rail.
They're dancing on the rail.
The scale's almost consistent. Let's not
They almost did it.
Too much credit.
Yeah, that bit where Skimbleshank starts tap dance. The song stops and he tap dances for like a full minute, And that's the bit where it
Yeah.
drew my attention back, I think. I was just like, wait, what? This is crazy.
Yeah. Big brain move to turn that into a tap song. I
Mm.
thought it was really great.
Surprising that
I
Skimble
love
Shanks
that
was the
scene.
highlight. Yeah.
I'm imagining like your mindset, Martin,
Yeah.
of like sitting there not paying attention and then like thinking in your head, like, if this tapping goes on for 20 more seconds, I'm going to devote my full attention to the rest of this movie.
You're not far off there. I think that's pretty much, I was like, wow, this is very bold. I'm into it.
I did feel like I got to come up for air
Mm.
during that movie, where I was like, something makes sense. Yeah.
And then they dunk you back in.
Yeah.
I do love that they all watch Skimble Shanks get kidnapped, and then Judi Dench, Deuteronomy, gets taken as well. And they're all obsessed with getting Deuteronomy back, but they don't care about Skimble Shanks.
He's the lifeblood of the movie.
Yeah.
He should have won. He should have been the Jellicle choice. He was robbed.
There was a point where I was like doing Cats fan art, and then it like made me sick because I was being told to stop in a divine manner. But I did do Skimble Shanks, and I do remember someone leaving a comment on it, something along the lines of, "This scene drove me crazy. The way he did his slutty little shoulder roll. Why was he so sultry?" And I was like, not wrong.
Everything in that movie is very horny. It's very strange.
Yeah.
But in like such an upsetting way.
Yeah, in a genuinely like, oh, this is weird kind of way.
Yeah, it's sort of presented in a very innocent way, but then everyone is secretly trying to dry hump each other.
Yeah. All right, here's my dark magician support.
Fantastic.
Mr.
He's so cute.
Mistopheles.
I love it. He poof.
He's precious.
Yeah.
He's so cute.
He's the right balance of the original musical and the movie, I think.
I love in the musical when he shows up and he goes, presto.
Yeah.
People like to just show up and say shit in that
That's
movie.
how I'm gonna start showing up to your apartment.
Yeah.
with a light
Presto.
up jacket.
Yeah.
We're gonna open the door and Karina's gonna go, milk. Anyway, how's it going?
No, different cat. That's Jason Derulo. Okay.
So for a third and final Yu-Gi-Oh card,
Yes, Yu-Gi-Oh, the thing I know so much about.
it's okay.
Oh, yes.
I don't think you need to know about this one or about Yu-Gi-Oh for this one. I am a Karibo myself, and I felt that the most appropriate movie character to turn into a Yu-Gi-Oh card would be a similarly fluffy character. Obviously, no offense to Mr. Mistopheles, he's pretty fluffy himself. But, of course, the star of one of the best films of all time, Paddington.
Paddington.
Oh, Paddington. I've not seen the newest
Paddington 2.
Yeah, I've just heard that Paddington 2 is like one of the greatest movies of all time.
It will melt your heart. It really will. They brought a real magic to not just the character but to the world and his family essentially and I highly recommend it. If you even so much as liked the first Paddington, you will love Paddington 2. And it in my opinion, if you have a heart, you will love Paddington 2.
I haven't seen any of the Paddingtons.
But he's a cute little bear.
That's
yeah?
really all you need to know, I feel. It's a very simple premise. He's a very charming, polite bear.
I was thinking of like, oh, what are like some stuffed animal archetypes? And of course, the first one I thought of was Fluffle, which I don't think we should do to Paddington.
I was looking at Des Koala, and I was thinking, what if instead of the leaves, he was eating marmalade?
Des Koala is just a koala.
Julia, I'm going to pull up a Karibo for you.
There you go.
Over here.
Oh.
I feel like Karibo, much like Paddington, people are very unassuming about them, but they can do magical things.
Yeah, like explode and multiply and read.
We have a
Excuse me? Is that what Paddington can do?
in Paddington 3,
cute.
maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, Karibo is basically just a ball of hair.
Yes, one of our friends, Steffers, who I will shout out, who's a big fan of Drawfee, our Scottish friend Steffers, she is huge into Paddington, and she got us, during the pandemic, all of us to sit on Discord and watch Paddington 1 and Paddington 2, because a lot of us hadn't seen those movies, and we were better off for having seen them.
Oh, shout out to her.
I'll unlike
Shout out.
cats.
Yeah.
This is specifically for you.
Unlike cats.
Which made us worse people and
Which I will
ruined
never recover from.
the world.
Yes.
Things just haven't been the same since Cats came out.
Well, listen, right after we saw Cats, and I was like, life is not going to get any worse than
We saw
this.
Cats and then got fired.
And then we got laid off, and then a pandemic hit.
Oh my
like,
gosh.
within 2 months.
Yeah, Cats was the harbinger of the end times for that era of all of our lives.
I do feel like nothing was the same. I know we have BC and AD, but now we need AC for Apple.
Yeah.
It's a new era.
It's the best way to measure it.
Well, this is already so cute.
Aw.
I'm trying to bring in this
The
Karibo.
Karibo eyes.
Yeah.
Except he really just looks very dead inside.
Should I explain what Fluffle is to you? I feel like it's a kind of a Julia core, but it will mess up your perception of this drawing. But it's also one of my favorite archetypes. I think it's so cute.
Go for it.
It's a polymerization based archetype. So all of the main monsters are like Fluffle tiger, Fluffle bear, Fluffle cat, dog, etc. Fluffle mouse, and they're just these really cute stuffed animals. But the support monsters are all various knives and shears and other blades. And then you fuse them together, and the polymerization monsters are these like fucked up stuffed animals with like scissors coming out of them, and their threads are all undone.
I gotta look this up.
They're really cool.
Which Yu-Gi-Oh character used these?
They're from Arc 5. Sora uses them.
That's Kingdom Hearts.
He's the
He's the little
Bakura.
green-haired kid.
Yeah, like mint-haired kid.
Yeah.
He's always like eating candy and stuff.
And he has kind of he pulls like a face sometimes, or
Yeah, he's like the Bakura
There you go.
of Arc 5.
yeah, I could imagine Bakura using Fluffles now that you've described them.
Oh my god. Are you talking about the Fright Fur
Yes,
ones?
yes,
Oh my
yeah.
gosh.
They
They're
turn into
so
Fright Fur.
good.
They're great. I love them. I really wanted to make a deck of them, but they're really expensive because some of them are like Shonen Jump exclusives.
My gosh.
Cards.
I can't imagine how much money I would have lost if I'd gotten into Yu-Gi-Oh at a younger age and actually wanted all the cards.
It would have been a terrible time to get into it because all the cards back then sucked.
I had so much fun because I was like really into Yu-Gi-Oh during the first, season and like got the cards and like played the card game.
Yeah.
And I think it was like a simple time for playing the card game because there wasn't a lot of mechanics. It was mostly pretty straightforward and most of the cards sucked. So
Everyone was on a level field.
yeah, everyone was kind of on a level playing field. And I remember me and one of my friends would play Yu-Gi-Oh like over the phone.
What?
So we would like call each other on our house phones
Wow.
at the time.
God.
Hardcore.
And we just like say what cards we were playing and like had to like sort of remember what was on the other person's field.
So funny.
That's amazing.
Did you ever cheat?
No, never. It was an honor system.
Oh.
It was online gaming before it existed.
I know, you created that.
I invented online gaming.
You invented Master Duel.
Yep. Wouldn't exist without me.
You are the master.
You did that. Whoa. I remember at some point, one of my cousins got back into Yu-Gi-Oh! And we were in high school. So kind of like after its initial big popularity, but like he got into competitive. And so he would make me play test his decks for him. And I'm just like, fine. Because it involves so much reading.
Sure.
And I'm just like, I don't know how to play Parasite. I have to sit here and read.
I have that experience when I stream the Duel Links or the Master Duel game. People will tell me, this is a good deck, you should play it. And then I'll be like, okay, I've got all these cards. What do I do with these? And so we spend hours and days on stream just getting me to read the cards and figure out what order they go in. And it's a lot. And then they ban the cards and I'm like, well, now what?
You can't make me learn the Yu-Gi-Oh meta. I won't. I will only play character decks. I only know how to play Yu-Gi-Oh GX character decks. They're fun. I'm sorry. I love playing Crystal Beast. counting to 7 is fun.
That was always the appeal for me, was that I never really wanted to play the game to be competitive, but I was always interested in having the cards because that's what the characters had. I was like, if I have these cards, it's like I know what the characters are feeling when they hold these cards in their hand and how powerful they must be. But I don't know how to play them.
I know how to play some archetypes, and they're only gimmick archetypes. I love playing Crystal Beast. I love playing Ojama.
Chaz.
Those are my nasty boys. Chaz is my nastiest little boy, and I love him with all my heart.
I was very surprised to find that there was a very devout Chaz fandom, and I think that they've become more prolific in recent years.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this about me. I have an Ojama tattoo.
I didn't know that. Wow.
Where is he? Where's my little guy?
Oh, wow. Amazing. Brilliant.
I care him so much.
Karina's nasty little arm freak.
He guides my hand as I commit sins.
Oh my gosh. My friend Rochelle has a huge crush on Chaz. I was like, you think Chaz is like sexy? And she was like, yeah, kinda. And I'm like, what?
Here's the thing about Chaz. He has similar appeal as Kaiba, except that he's just like cuter and like he's like more moe.
Yeah.
So he's kind of just like he's more comic relief, and that's really endearing.
He's kind of the more tolerable version of Kaiba. If you knew him in real life, I think you'd be able to tolerate him more.
If Kaiba were just a silly little guy who was haunted by no less than 50 annoying littler guys.
That would probably put Kaiba in his place.
I have to say something very cursed so that it will leave my brain.
Yes.
But when you said she thinks Chaz is sexy, all I could hear is she thinks my tractor's sexy, but she thinks my Chaz is sexy to the tune of that country song.
Oh, God.
And so
that's for very specific
Now
points.
everyone has to think she thinks my Chaz is sexy in their brains.
Yep, it's in there now. Thanks, Jacob.
That's the curse for the viewers of the day.
Can't believe we got through a whole conversation about cats, and then Chaz was the thing that got cursed.
We can still talk about cats, but before we do, Julia, this is so funny.
So cute.
His face.
He looks like hopped up on whatever he's drinking.
Yeah.
Is that his marmalade?
Yeah. The cards that Jacob was just showing me of like the ones that I don't know, it's the cute ones that get the knives or whatever they were called. My brain is melted. They kind of have this zoned out energy.
Yeah, kinda.
This like child on too much sugar energy.
A lot of the Yu-Gi-Oh cards kind of look like having an intense battle, or they look like they're just looking at you like Puss in Boots, like.
Yes.
Yeah, this is one of those ones where it's like a very cute art on the card, but when it's like the hologram and you see it from behind, there's like a knife sticking out of his back. You're like, wait a second.
You definitely have to play Paddington like alongside a marmalade card in order to unlock his true form.
The flavor text is something like, oh, he's just a kind little bear going on an adventure, but something may have happened to him.
Is he just like eating it with his hands?
Yeah.
You nasty little freak.
He's a bear.
He loves the marmalade.
The thing I do love about Yu-Gi-Oh cards, especially by now in our godforsaken year of 2022, is that they really are anything.
Yes, it could be literally anything. I mean, we have the Star Wars Wizard of Oz crossover. We have a Fluffle stuffed toy with a knife.
Yeah, because I feel like old Yu-Gi-Oh, and I think we've talked about this on one of our previous card episodes, they're like scrungly, like they're weird. But now I feel like they lean a lot into like the anime archetypes.
Definitely.
And then just like odd things. Like,
yeah,
I know there's a sushi boat archetype.
There's a VTuber archetype as well.
Oh yeah.
Which is a key. keeping up with the times.
Yeah, they're on top of it.
When do we get to be on a Yu-Gi-Oh card?
Yeah, where's our Yu-Gi-Oh?
Where's the drawfee card?
Where's support in the Yu-Gi-Oh or the YouTube?
Broken LED light.
Hey guys, I'm Joseph Quinn, that's who you are, and I'm Jamie Campbell Bower. And we're here today because we know that you're sensitive about what happened at the end of season 4. First of all, I'm not sorry. But we're here to read what you've been saying about the latest happenings in the series. Maybe reading some tweets in Portuguese will ease your pain. Or make it worse. We'll see. Let's see. Do you want to? No, you've got this one. I'll let you. You're so good. Terminei Stranger Things. Estão deverás depressão. É com pouco. É trauma. É com toque de estresse pós-traumático. Amazing. What does it mean? Well, finished Stranger Things, and I'm very depressed because of the trauma. And with I don't know what toque means. What does toque mean? And then I think estresse is stress. Yeah. And then pos I think is post. I would agree. And then traumático. Traumatic. I think post-traumatic stress. Read between the lines. I just finished watching Stranger Things. I'm really depressed with a little bit of trauma and a touch of post-traumatic stress. Toque is touch. Touch. I am not toque. It's okay, you'll be fine. You will be fine. You will be fine. Yeah. You'll be fine. Give it a couple of weeks, you'll be absolutely fine. You're not sorry in the slightest. Oh. Number 2, FYI, I'm dyslexic, right? And how dyslexic are you? Really dyslexic. Really? Nancy personagem que é justo para caralho, a mina não tem essa de vamos buscar nossa amiga com superpoderes. O plano de mina e vamos na loja de armas dos rednecks, I got that one, pegar uma quadrada e descer a bala novecna. So I f***ing love Nancy. Oh my God. And Amina, is Amina a girl? Vamo is like, let's go. I go. Bosca, like fucking fight. Something about her friends with superpowers. Our friends who are super poderes. Powers. Superpowers. Let's go fight our friends with superpowers. She's not a girl. Basically, she's going to go get a gun. That was very impressive. Well, you're welcome. It's about the only thing I've contributed thus far, so there you go. Quadra e descer? Which I assume means, like, take down. Yeah, like descent. You assume, do you? I assume. I just assume. Yeah. It means Nancy is a character that I really like. Really like. The girl doesn't have this let's go get our friend with superpowers thing, right? She's like, we don't need Elle. No. We're gonna go to the shop, grab a redneck weapon and shoot Vecna. Bala no Vecna. Bala no Vecna. Okay, so you did very well. We did very well. We did great. You're next. Is it me? Yeah. Oh my God. A cena de Lucas desperado como Max nos bracos o brazos. Alugo triplex na mina cabeça. Não vou me recuperar daquela cena nunca. Caleb e Sadie VCS são artistas. The scene with Lucas desperately trying to save Max from dying, God, I'm good at this, has rented a cabin. Which word means rented? Alujo. So that means has rented a triplex in my head. That is astounding. I know, honestly. Proud of myself. Would you like to take the second half now? It's not on the teleprompter. Não vou me
reparar. I can't be repaired. Da quella scena nunca. I will never recover from this scene.
Caleb and Sadie are true artists.
The scene of Lucas, desperate with Max in his arms, rented a triple X in my head. I will never recover from that scene. Caleb and Sadie, you are artists.
The scene itself has taken over a large portion of their brain.
Triple X size.
Yeah.
Part of their brain.
Triplex. I've been terrible and Jamie Campbell-Bower.
I've been average and Joseph Quinn.
It's been a pleasure for reading your tweets. Thank you so much. We are so happy that you love the show. Thank you.
So he is a beautiful creature with a little music instrument right here, and his friend the rabbit, and he's got 4 arms, as you can see. So we have a little arm here, kind of taking off his hat, and 2 of them playing and 1 doing tricks with the rabbit. So this is like a quick all around look on him. So yeah, we're gonna spend the next 40 minutes. It's a long video, but there was so much about him that I actually took a lot of the footage out because the video would have, but it's fun. I love it. So this is a little tongue, and I actually like his teeth a lot.
How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boil Eye Hobby Time. The other day I was at my local hobby store and I saw these expansion sets for Star Wars Legion, which gave me some inspiration to recreate a Geonosis battle scene in miniature form. Just like hot dogs and hot dog buns, these sets came in unequal amounts. I suppose it's probably because they are 2 different types of army expansions. The 7 clones came in baggies while the 4 droids came on sprues. I remember when the Phantom Menace came out, LEGO released a Technic B1 battle droid, and I thought the backpack with the antennas on it was the coolest thing in the entire world. Come to think of it, it's probably why I have such a strong affinity for things with random antennas. Once I had removed the clones from their baggies and the droids from their sprues, I assembled everyone. I started with the clones, and due to their thickness, these boys were very easy to put together. As for the fiddly little B1 battle droids, those were pretty messy and they took quite a bit of extra time. Luckily, I could just make a snappy cut and skip to the finished droids.
Roger, roger.
I wanted this diorama to be a little slice of the Battle of Geonosis that would fit nicely on a shelf, wide and shallow, with millions of little blaster bolts flying around. I broke into my LED box and I pulled out some red and blue filaments. For the base itself, I bought some strips of wood. I measured those out and I cut them to length off camera on my bandsaw. Once the sides were cut, I glued them together and I made sure that they were at all right angles using a speed square. I added some additional supports to the middle. Given the way I made the frame, there was plenty of room for a AA battery housing to fit inside, which is what I'm going to be using to power my multitude of little filaments. For a hardtop that would be easier to work with later, I scored and snapped an acrylic sheet. Using the nice clear plastic made things a lot easier when it came to wiring things later on. It's hard to tell, but I did glue the acrylic to the wooden base using some super glue, which does tend to cloud up acrylic, so I wouldn't recommend that in the future, but I'm going to be painting everything anyways, so it didn't really matter. The way I wired this display is the same way I've wired a few projects in the past, including this one, and this one. With those projects, however, I did have to take a light bulb, break it, and harvest the little filaments from the insides like egg yolks. Since then, I have switched entirely to using these 3-volt filaments that I found online. They are far easier and safer to work with. I'll drop a link to those below. The filaments will be held up on little wires that stick through the bottom of the base and supply the filaments with power as well. First, I had to figure out where the people were in order to make the realistic paths for the blaster bolts to travel. I used a permanent marker to draw lines downrange from each of the figures and added a little arrow to remember which side it was coming from. I'll add a little white background here so you guys can see it better. I marked 2 points on each line spaced out exactly the length of a filament, and I drilled the holes on each point with my pin vise. I used a bit that was exactly the same size as the wire so that everything would have a nice snug fit later. The wire I'm using is 22 gauge enameled copper wire, so I had to scrape off the coating in a few places to allow the solder to bond to it. I then bent the wires, ran them through the holes, and I glued them in place. I then connected all of the positive leads to each other and all of the negative leads to each other to create a parallel circuit. Then ran the negative wire straight to the battery, and the positive wire I ran through a toggle switch. And I'm not really sure why I put the toggle switch where I did, but I did. And that's where it ended up. I tested my circuit, as one often should, and I masked off the ends of each of the exposed wires with masking tape. And I took the base outside to prime. This round of primer will help hold the terrain paste better than the acrylic would have on its own. To make the terrain paste, I mixed up some plaster, Mod Podge, and water to the consistency of cream cheese, and I spread it over the whole base. I also used some leftover plaster rocks from a previous build to create a little bit more variety and visual interest on the base. After the rocks had been glued down and blended in with more plaster, I sprinkled on some texture in the form of pebbles, medium sand, small sand, and smaller sand. I added isopropyl alcohol to break up the surface tension, help my watered down glue mixture spread out and get full coverage over all of the sand. After the rocks and sand were thoroughly covered with glue and isopropyl alcohol, I left it overnight to dry fully. I came back to it the next day and I primed it for painting. I also primed all of the little figures as well. As you can imagine, painting clones is relatively straightforward. Most of them is white, with a few little trim pieces of black on the helmet and black between all of the plates of armor. I was trying to decide what other colors to add to this commander, and I know my friend Ashton really likes Commander Fox, so I gave him Fox's colors. This clone is missing a few things like a visor and pistols that Fox should have, but hopefully the paint job got it close enough. On Geonosis, the battle droids are painted a slightly more reddish hue than their off-world counterparts, so after a gray primer coat, I covered them with a rust color that I stole from build making stuff. Luckily, he won't notice because he doesn't really watch my Star Wars builds. I then painted the rest of the clones off camera. They were black and white, and one was red all over, like a newspaper. Then I moved on to the base. I started with the same rust wash that I used for those droids, and I splotched it on with a black ink as well to create a natural looking blend across the surface. I finished it up with a dusty dry brush to complete my attempt at that Geonosis look. I then cleaned up the sides with black 3.0 and I removed all of the masking tape from the wires. I then soldered my red and blue 3-volt blaster bolt LED filaments onto their respective leads. The very last thing to do was to add the clones and the B1 battle droids into position. After that, I called it good. That is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Huge shout out as always to my patrons. You guys
This video is sponsored by Squarespace. From websites and online stores to marketing tools and analytics, build your online presence with Squarespace.
Hey everyone, Ace of Clay here. Welcome back to my channel and welcome to another sculpting video. Today, I'm sculpting Sundrop from Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. Now, I've received so many requests to create Five Nights at Freddy's characters, and I'm finally doing it. I don't know why it took me so long, but the other day I just came across Sundrop somehow, and he really piqued my interest. If you're not familiar with Five Nights at Freddy's, it is a video game, and Sundrop is an animatronic antagonist from the game. He actually has two personas, Sundrop and Moondrop. When the lights are on, he's the sun character, and when they're off, he is this creepy moon guy. So let me know if you want me to sculpt the moon alter ego next. So all in all, whether you're into Five Nights at Freddy's or not, I really hope you enjoy this video. I really had a lot of fun sculpting this guy. Got a lot of cool geometric shapes going on, and I hope you enjoy this video just as much as I enjoyed creating the sculpture for you. So now without further ado, check me out on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok at Ace of Clay, and let's get started. Alright, let's get started. I've got my wooden plaque here. This was made for me by Max in the UK. I've got one hole drilled in it just because this guy's going to be standing on one leg and I don't need a hole for the second one. And let's start shaping out this guy's armature. And then, like always, all the materials and tools that I use in this video are listed in the description box below, along with my affiliate links if you want to purchase anything. Got my aluminum wire. Let's go ahead and start shaping out this guy's body. This is the torso, and then this will bend over into the arm. Arm number one. I'm just gonna mirror this for the other half. There we go. There's Sundrop's skeleton. Let's go ahead and connect the two halves with some smaller wire and then add another piece of wire to support his big sun head. All right, now let's go ahead and bulk him out with some Super Sculpey Ultralight. This part can also be done with aluminum foil. I just like the control I have with Super Sculpey Ultralight way better. All right, there we go. He's looking pretty good. I'm gonna go ahead, bake this, and I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Everything is nice and baked. I drilled another hole that's a little tighter than the other one so he doesn't spin around as much. And I also made a structure for his head, just for when we get to that point. It's just a little disc that I poked into his neck here. So, all right, now what we're gonna do is cover the whole thing in clay and then go from there, start adding the details, start getting the arms figured out, and get this guy moving. All right, now that that body is covered and he's in a nice little pose, I'm gonna go ahead and start doing the details. I think we're gonna start with those ruffles. He's got some ruffles on his ankles and then one around his waist. And for those, I'm gonna be using some cosplay just so it stays flexible after I bake it. Then we're gonna go from there. I think I wanna detail the body, pre-bake it, and then come back and do the arms. All right, now that that body is pretty much figured out, we got the ruffles on there, I'm gonna go ahead and pop this in the oven, pre-bake it, and then we'll come back and finish him up. Be right back. All right, now that he's baked and completely cooled down, let's keep going. I'm gonna start working on those arms.
Vocês acreditam que o microfone ficou mutado? E eu não sabia? Nossa, queridíssimo aqui. Cara, por que tá travando a câmera? Ah, eu não sei porque tá travando, tá, gente? Já vejo. Vou deixar ele lá de novo.
Alright, now let's start this head. Got my little armature ready to go. Let's go ahead and add some clay to it and get this guy finished up. Hey, it's me again. Now, I just gotta take a second to talk about the sponsor of today's video, Squarespace. Whether you're just getting started or you're an established brand, the Squarespace commerce platform supports the way you do business. Whether you're looking to sell products directly.
Ah, sai propaganda. Deixa eu ver se dá pra escurecer isso aqui. Bonito, hein? O que foi? Deixa eu só. Eu faço arte. Ah, bonito, vai ficar assim. Vem aqui pra encher meu saco. Ah, legal. É, tá uma merda? Então volta lá pro quarto. Eu sei. O quê?
Alright, the face looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and throw some rays around it and then
tá
we'll be
dando
ready
tudo
to bake.
errado, cai tudo, quebra tudo, trava tudo, né? Comprei. Não vi. É que meu celular tá aqui.
Okay, sun drop is done, at least the sculpting process is. I'm gonna go ahead and bake the head and the body separately just because I wanna bake the head laying down so these rays don't fall off or droop. And then I'll just connect it once everything's baked, but I think it looks pretty good. I'm excited to paint him. All right, let's get him in the oven. Be right back. All right, let's get started. Just attach his head there. I'm gonna take it off for painting's sake, but looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and get started on this guy. Of course, as usual, all the paints that I'm using are Folk Art brand matte acrylics. Gotta get the matte.
Fazendo no Twitch e no YouTube. Hã? Não entendi.
Tá comentando?
Não. Tem ninguém.
Tem nos dois?
Uhum. Tudo bem.
Mas o TikTok também. O TikTok vai ter 1 milhão de pessoas vendo.
Ah, bem, não tenho tanto material pra isso. Eu precisava de outro celular, né?
Ah, faz só um TikTok por dia pra você ver.
Biscuit, essa massinha tão prática.
Aí você pode começar primeiro lá, e você fala pra galera migrar para as outras plataformas.
Ah, mas eu gosto de fazer nesses também. Mas eu gosto.
Mas é questão de ter público, né, velho?
Ah, um dia eu posso fazer aqui, daí outro dia não. Mas preciso do negócio lá também. Do... É. Isso não é ruim. É sobre isso, né? Deixa eu ver como é que tá isso aqui.
All right, now that I've got pretty much all the base colors on, I'm gonna add a
Aí
little
não
bit
dá,
of a
né,
metallic sheen with some of this pearlescent white. And what this isn't folk art, by the way. So anyway, this is Lumiere. I don't have this color from folk art. But anyway, all this is gonna do is give the surface a nice light metallic finish. Normally I paint my metallics over black, which gives them a really good shift. But in this case, I don't want a really crazy shift. I just want a little bit of a sheen. So this should do it.
Vai que eu ganho patrocínio. Mano. Patrocínio pra quê? O quê? É. Oxe, fala o nome do negócio e pergunta o que. O que é um post? É aqueles negócios que. É aqueles negócios que a gente coloca na internet, né?
Mas então, ela tem um fixado só da Faber-Castell. Ela recebe bagulho da Faber.
O quê? Ela tem um vídeo fixado de publi?
Mano, você tá escutando?
Eu não tô entendendo.
Ela tem um fixado no Instagram só de recebido da Faber-Castell.
Ah, tá vendo. Daí ela é patrocinada. Ah, entendi. Agora entendi. Super chique. O quê? Não, eu entendi. Mas ninguém... Ela tem público, né? Tem 38 mil inscritos. Eu tenho... Hã?
Sim.
Eu tenho, sei lá... Nem isso. Vou pintar a espadinha. Você não viu o rato, né? Como é que ficou?
Só você pintar.
Não, depois.
Ele tava na mesa só.
Não, depois que eu coloquei ali. Eu passei o sprayzinho. Vai ver. Ele tá ali secando, porque ele tá com um verniz. É.
Mais fácil, né? Aquele bagulho ali. Ai, que bonitinho esse celular. Dando pausa, cara, articulado.
Bem, é escultura, não é articulada.
Mas articulado você pode.
Ah, sim. Mas é que você gosta de coisa articulada, gosta de escultura.
Olha o reminho do articulado.
Oxe, mas é um gato.
Então é muito bem articulado.
Não tem como o bicho ser duro, né, bem? Senão algo estaria muito errado. Ah, eu comprei um gato aqui, ele é real, gente, mas ele é duro, tá? Ele não se mexe, ele fica paradinho num canto, assim. Tá empalhado o menino, parece. Pronto, agora eu vou... Ah, eu vou pintar de preto mesmo.
And he's done! Sundrop from Five Nights at Freddy's is complete. Let me know what you think of him in the comments.
O quê?
Será esse o tamanho da cabeça?
Mas é assim o tamanho da cabeça. Achei que você tava zoando.
Não tá muito bom, não.
Só reclama. Ai, bem. Vai reclamar.
Não gostei, faz de novo.
Faz de novo? Eu não vou fazer, não. Ah, eu tenho que fazer isso aqui agora. O que é isso aqui?
Escultura não dá.
Então. Vou fazer assim. O quê? É o único jeito.
Faz uma cuequinha, daí você coloca.
Uma cuequinha.
Uma cuequinha.
And that's a wrap, everyone. I am so excited about this guy. I'm glad I finally made a Five Nights at Freddy's character. I don't know what took me so long again, but I'm really glad I did. If you want to see more of these guys from me, let me know in the comments. If you want to see me sculpt this alter ego Moondrop, let me know in the comments. Or any other characters from this game, or just characters from any game, or any movie, or anything at all. Let me know in the comments.
Não sei de onde que veio.
Thank you so much, as always, for watching and being here. Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Check me out on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. And I will see you in the next video.
Esse cara fala TikTok de um jeito que parece que ele tá falando tic-tac. Ele fala tic-tac. Esses dois aqui.
Sinto uma energia gay.
Eu também sinto. Olha. Parece um noivo cadáver.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Etalon. For today's video, I wanted to delve more
obviamente
into an expressive
evangelho,
doll,
né?
so to speak. With social isolation and the state of the world
É
currently,
melancolia.
it's been really hard on us all.
Evangelho é símbolo de
I
melancolia,
always
o
find it
original.
comforting and therapeutic to just let it out
É muito
sometimes.
triste, depressivo o
I more do this
original.
in the traditional medium of work that I do, which I keep private from my doll work, but I wanted to show you today.
O filme, ele é mais...
I wanted to translate those themes and techniques into a doll. Starting
Sério?
off with the Scara screams as a base from the Monster High range, I used the Dremel to create 2 holes in her body, one in the chest and one in the stomach. I
Quer que eu
plan to
coloque
build
aqui
up a
pra você ver
skeleton
melhor?
structure, later filling it in with resin. I've done this technique before in my earlier work. I've used real flowers and I've also
Uma
created a
Coraline?
Coipon tummy.
Certeza?
An amazing artist who's done a
Absoluta.
similar design is Hoodolls on Instagram with their clockwork doll.
É?
Links to their page will be in the description below. I definitely recommend checking out their work.
Por quê?
Pra fazer a capa da gata.
A capa é como?
Ah, uma capa de chuva amarela.
The
Mas
doll
é-
itself
não é-
is
é
hollow,
tecido,
so
né?
making a
Você vai
cavity
fazer?
out of some sort of epoxy
Ou
is
você
a
vai fazer de
must.
outro material?
I'll be filling in the hole later with resin, so making a cavity just ensures
Ah, eu
that I'm
vi um
actually
vídeo aqui.
Eu faço de pano amarelo.
Que é...
Será que é caro comprar pano?
Não.
Bom, tem um bagulho também de pano lá perto
Ó, aqui, ó.
Ah, eu vi esse vídeo.
Viu?
Vi, eu tava pesquisando.
Ah, então. É de pano.
Eu vi isso aí também.
Ah, então... Por que eu tô procurando? Você já viu tudo? Por que você não falou?
able to cure the resin, and
Ah,
it
esqueci
doesn't
de
free
deixar
float
o vídeo de
uncured in the
tela
body.
cheia.
Mas eu achei um que ela que mostra até um nome.
Isso, derruba tudo. Moldezinho? Ah.
In developing the skeleton, I'm going to
Amigo, eu vou
start with
pegar
gardening
cola.
wire and start developing the sternum on the chest. The sternum basically is the bit that holds your ribs in a kind of cavity structure. So in order to make it solid and being able to develop this as bones, I'm going to be using Army Painter green stuff, which is a 2-part epoxy. By making some sausages,
veio
I'm
nada.
able to mold
Tá com seu
the
celular aí?
ribs in place.
Ah, deixa eu ver aqui. Quanto custa uma Tech Bond?
Once the epoxy is cured, it
É
generally
uma
takes
cola
about
muito boa.
24 hours for that.
Pera
I
aí.
sanded the doll for a really long time. Basically, I wanted to make sure there was no edges or crease lines and no roughness. I wanted it to be really, really smooth.
Ah, nossa, qual é bom, hein?
Nossa, agora que você lembrou?
Não sabia por não. Mas a sensação de derrubar um dedo é horrível.
Ah, já deu bem. Mas ela é boa, eu colei meu sapato com ela até agora, não descolou.
Dura muito não.
Como não?
Eu colei solado.
Eu colei o pano ali do lado,
Using
tá até
Aeron
agora.
Black, I paint the holes. While I do paint the spine
Tem na
black,
Shopee?
I will be painting the
Nossa,
ribs
tá caro na
white.
Shopee. Ah, tá aqui.
White bases and black bases give different shades and highlights when you color the stuff on top, so I wanted to make sure that there was that slight
Não, é porque eu vi que por
differentiation
7,
of these
entendeu? Por
two
isso que eu tô falando.
different bones.
Porque o negócio 10 e o negócio por 7 é mais caro. É. Aí tem que ver o frete, né?
Frete, R$50. Fica quanto?
Ai. R$7 de frete.
After this, I
Entendi.
use a wraith bone as a base
Ah, não,
paint.
R$20?
I start painting the green stuff that's on her
Não.
skin.
Parece um lever cadáver. Nossa, ela fez um buraco na boneca que você falou que é raro. Eu prefiro comprar um monte pra sair frete grátis.
Compra logo. Você tem que
Mixing up
sobrar.
some paint, I'm
Não,
able
não
to
tem-
recreate the color of her skin,
Compra logo umas 15.
then paint
Nossa,
over the
tá
wraith
molhado.
bone and it blends right into her skin again.
Eu queria tipo um potão assim. Só que com um bico.
Você não vai estar querendo.
Por que de 31? 6 cola adesiva por 37. Eu quero um pouco menos.
With some Citadel black spray paint, I decided to give
31.
her some ashed hands and feet by spritzing the paint. While I could have used airbrush for more of an even application, I quite like the speckled effect.
Não, agora esperar.
Bonito. É.
Picking up Citadel base Retributor armor, I start by painting the skeleton and heart. Using a yellow base metallic on a green base model is almost blasphemous to color theory. I wanted to use gold as it would be
Você
a
gosta?
really cool contrast to the blue tones in this model. If I
100
used
gramas
silver,
é
it would
31, mas
almost
é
be
só um
lost.
100 gramas? Deixa eu ver.
Espera a quantidade.
5. Ah, precisaria de 5 desses pra dar esse aqui. 5 vezes 9. É. É. É só um na real.
Mas você pode escolher a quantidade.
Sim, é só um.
Aliás, você pode ver a quantidade de produto que você quer.
Um tubo de Tech Bond de 100 gramas é R$31,90.
Puta que pariu.
O outro é 20, o de 9.
Mas que desquebrança alta de valor.
Por isso que eu tô falando.
Que
Deixa eu ver.
merda é essa, Brasil? Ah, você já vem com tubo, ó. Pra provar como tem que ser aqui.
Ó, 50 gramas, 100 gramas.
Tá, pronto.
24 de 50. 36.
Aí o potão, cadê o potão?
Não tem.
Poxa, mas tem quanto por quê então?
Não sei. Ó, esse aqui é de 20.
Efeitos.
E parece que esse aqui é de 20. Esse aqui. Tá vendo? Os
Using
pequenininhos.
some Xiao Xiao DIY UV resin
Ou
and
você
a
compra
UV
de
lamp,
20 ou de 100 gramas. Se
start
bem que
filling
100
the hole.
gramas acho que deve durar bastante.
Ah, você não vai usar muito também.
Não.
E o que usar vai ser pouco.
For the chest cavity,
você
I made
compra o
sure
de
that there
100.
was a shelf for the heart to sit in so it can lay
Fala o
flat.
coração da garra.
Making a
É,
small layer of
resina.
resin, curing it before
Ah.
adding the heart works fine.
Coração quebrado, você cola com resina. Quero ver se tirar isso daí. Ai,
Ui.
não vou comprar, não funciona pra ninguém mais.
Eu não. Eu virei um morto.
É a própria feiticeira escarlate.
É verdade, né? Eu vou colocar a mãozinha assim.
E brinca mais, assinar o livro.
Vou dar cold.
Certo? Você pincha moscado. Onde que vai as pessoas?
O quê?
Ah, tem uma pessoa vendo?
Off camera,
Mas sou
I
eu,
also
bem.
sewed some basic bra and
Falta
knickers,
você.
and I embroidered them with some gold
Twitch conta.
embroidery yarn.
É porque eu tô aqui, ó, no gerenciador, mas ele conta.
E abre no TikTok só pra você ver como é.
Eu sei como é que é, eu vi você.
Fecha uma live e bota no TikTok.
Não tem como fazer pelo PC.
Onto her face, I gave her a spray of
Da
Mr.
onde?
Super
A
Clean Matte
galera
Varnish,
filma.
and used some Albrecht watercolor
Não,
pencils
celular.
to start building up her
For
facial
her
eyes.
eyes,
I
yes.
wanted them to be
Tá, mas
looking
não tem como fazer pelo
downwards in
PC.
a very
É, não tem
absent
como você ver o
gaze.
negócio.
In developing that style, I highlighted the center of her
Nossa,
lids. I also added in some quite heavy
Caga.
eye bags underneath her eyelids.
Faz um buraquinho e passa uma linhazinha.
With this
Não,
doll's
faz
face, I had actually spent a whole day
assim, ó.
on a previous face up, but unfortunately, as
Linha?
I was close to finishing it, I dropped it while the varnish was still wet, and it
Nossa,
created
mas como é que eu vou fazer
irreversible damage
buraco
to
aqui
her
nisso aqui?
face. It was really unfortunate
Agulha?
because
Não,
I
nem
was
ferrando,
really
olha o
happy
duro
with
que é
it,
esse
and I
negócio.
had to eventually just remove the face and start again from
Teria que ser
scratch.
prego.
Unfortunately, in life, these things
Não,
happen, and
entortar
especially in
pouco,
art.
mas...
I suppose it's always better to just
Cadê
accept that it's
o...
happened and just work
Não,
with
que
what you've learned.
faca! Tô
In this
falando do
circumstance,
chilete.
I chucked on the
Onde que você
HBO
deixou?
show Chernobyl and just started again. It took 6 hours straight to remake her
deixa eu ver.
face, but I eventually was quite happy with it, and I felt very accomplished. I suppose dwelling on these kinds of mistakes takes away from actually learning from them and learning how to grow from it. Art is always about learning. Every time you pick up a pen or you pick up a brush, you're learning and you're being better than you were before. So, I suppose, you know, it happened, but I'm okay with it.
Vou tomar. Ai, você que é chato. Deixa eu ver se dá. Mas eu cortei, você sabe que eu cortei isso aqui com estilete, né? Bem, isso aqui não é plástico.
Ah, não sei, vai
Isso aqui é alumínio.
Mas é quente. Vai derreter o alumínio.
Quão quente você acha que precisa ter?
Vai, 500 graus.
Ó, tá fazendo um buraquinho.
Ah, você vai ficar aí até amanhã.
Para de criticar.
With some soft pastels, I built up the
Só
shadows in her
critica,
face.
não apoia.
I used grey and black for this, as using browns on a green skin tone would make it look muddy.
Ah, você tá achando que eu sou rico, né?
Não, mas aquele bagulho deve ser caro.
Cadê as pessoas assistindo meu vídeo pra eu ganhar sub?
Faz TikTok.
Vai você! Cadê você fazendo?
Vou fazer, tô esperando chegar o tripé.
Você é a moça do TikTok. Ah, mentirosa. Vai chegar o tripé e não vai fazer nada, tem certeza. Ah, bem, mas o problema nem é esse, na real.
Porque daria pra você montar certinho.
Peraí, como é que eu fiz pra esse negócio ficar bom?
Não cola isso no corpo dele, não dá, não?
É que eu não quero colar no corpo, quero que seja removível. Gosto de arte.
For her eyelashes, as she will be looking down, I developed the eyelashes to be black, later going over them with a new layer with white. This makes a highlighted effect, and the black on the previous layer acts as the shadowy underlayer.
Nossa, acho que meu celular vai acabar a bateria. 36. Tá. Algo.
I also blushed her face with some of my makeup highlighter. Doing this adds some ethereal, natural shimmers to her face, but mostly it's for photos. It's nice to have some texture and dimension in her skin, and it will be picked up beautifully in
Agora.
studio lights.
Aqui.
With my grey pencil, I
Aqui.
start with sketching out some tears, later going over them with some black for a base colour. Then I'll be painting them with the same gold as her bones. After I sprayed her face with some MSC, I realised that the metallic is lost and the shimmer is just dulled. So later on, I will be going over it again to just bring that out again.
Nossa, colou tudo errado.
Onto her hair, I pulled out some dark blue, light blue and grey 100% acrylic yarn from my stock box.
Agora.
I'll be using the darkest blue as the main colour. Grabbing some of the yarn, I wrap it around a chopstick and brush them out with a dog brush. In this, I'm going to be making some loose fibre bundles, and that will be used for braids later on.
Acontecendo. Não, no meu shopping
I
não.
initially wanted her hair to be black and using the hair that she originally had. But I realised very quickly that it's really patchy and I didn't have any synthetic hair to bulk it up.
Negócio
So
de
blue
jogo
it is. I mapped out some place markers on the scalp to help in planning the style. I'm going to try to recreate Daenerys Targaryen's Dragonstone 6-strand braid ponytail from season 7 of Game of Thrones.
Ai, que
It's a lot
saco,
of
as
words.
coisas que não funcionam.
But I'll put a picture up to show the context.
Então assim.
Well, it's not exact, it will follow the same style and theme. I think since my fawn, I've been infatuated with Westerosi hair on dolls. They're just
Nossa,
so
não
much fun
cola
to
isso
make
aqui.
and they come out really beautiful.
Você cola o dedo, cola a alma, mas não cola o
Using some quick dry PVA glue, I grabbed
Não tá
some loose
colando.
fibres and placed them on the edges of her hair for some baby hairs. I always like adding conventional imperfections, or character, as I like to call it, as I think it makes something more beautiful.
Não cola nisso
With some wefts I made with the dark blue yarn, I build it up with some downward facing hair. I pin it to the scalp as it helps hold it really taut to the skin
Ai, que
while the glue
inferno,
dries.
as coisas não colam.
I also do this on the hairline as it
Por que
makes
esse
it
lado
really
cola,
tightly
esse aqui
stuck to
não?
the skin. This stops any gaps from forming when styling. There's nothing worse than having to add more glue later on and it corroding the face paint, or the wefts lifting up and showing rerouting scars. With the braids, they'll be
Colar nisso
positioned
aqui.
3 down from the ear to the widow's peak. These wefts will sit front facing as they will be flipped later on, creating a hairline. Once the hair is all stuck and the temporary braids have been allocated, I just iron down the hair with the straightener so it sits nice and flat. I also go over the hair with an unused toothbrush and some water.
Por que as coisas não estão colando? Saco.
With the braids, I grab some of the bundles that I made earlier and start braiding them into the hair. Having the different colours makes some really nice highlights and lowlights in the braids itself, which looks really beautiful when assembled. Development of the style took a little while. It consisted of trial and error and staring at the back of Emilia Clarke's head for way too long than normal.
Consegui. Realmente. Que? Você e suas frases de
With the middle
NPC.
braids, I grab them, wrap them and tie them off underneath the
Faz o
hair
quê?
as it will create a mock
Que
ponytail.
isso?
Então tá quebrando a cabeça da galera.
Ah.
Aqui tem uns que fazem serviço porco, eles colam pra pegar na cabeça.
I then grab the top
Você vai
braids,
colar?
bringing them back down and holding them in place with a pin.
Que for mais barato,
É isso? Critica os outros sem saber.
mais barato a gente faz.
É. E se eles estiverem fazendo mais barato também? Provavelmente o mais barato Bem, não sei se...
Não, porque tipo, você compra novelo, você desfia o novelinho de lã e cola.
É mais fácil.
Lastly, I grabbed the bottom braids closest to the ear, pinning them over the previous braids on the back of her head and in between them. At this point, I realized that I needed to make the braids a little bit longer, so I braided a little bit more and then I'll be wrapping them into a second ponytail later. Once that's done, I fasten off with an elastic and she's done on that.
Eu vou pintar. Isso aqui de preto.
Parece cabeça.
Vai ser só colado no novelo de lá? Então, fica bonito.
Ela pega essas linhas aqui, ó.
Mas você falou que era trabalho por...
Ah, nossa, eu gosto de reroute.
Mas não fica bonito igual?
Fica, eu gosto de mexer no cabelo. Melhor parte.
Aqui assim você não pode mexer, né?
Lastly
Se
is to
colocar
clean
na
out
água
baby
quente.
hairs. Just giving them a trim and brushing them is enough.
Ah, pra fazer
I also
bordado.
spray some hairspray onto my fingers and stroke the braids, as it makes sure
Fala
that
com
any
as artesãs lá
flyaways
do...
just sit down nice and flat.
Ela curte meus stories. Ela curte os seus. Pronto. Porque assim não aparece. Tipo,
Last
não é um
my
negócio
step
branco,
before
entendeu?
she's done is re-adding the gold shimmer to her tears.
Hã?
Once that's done, she's ready for her photos.
Ele. Não sei, isso aqui é uma coisa. Isso.
Aquele ser. Ai, ficou muito bom. Olha o coraçãozinho dourado.
Parece um noiva cadáver. Hã?
Parece mesmo.
É mesmo? Você já tinha visto esse vídeo?
Já.
É porque tanta coisa que você já vê, fica aqui, tipo, você viu no YouTube, daí fica aparecendo agora pra mim. É, bem. A espadinha.
Vai ver customização de boneca assim, pô.
Me obrigando.
Nem obriguei, já tá vendo?
É porque é bonito! Olha isso aí. Olha que lindo.
Oh, girl. É nova do
Mais uma camadinha.
Thank you all so much for watching. Let me know what you think of her in the comments below.
Thank
and if you
you
have any
so
comments and
much for
suggestions on how
watching.
I could improve in the future. As always, make sure to
Pronto.
subscribe, and my social links will be listed below. See you in the next video.
Você é esquisitinha, né? Você é engraçadona. Isso sim. Por quê? Ah, eu vou aproveitar e vou pintar isso aqui também. Ah, acabou o vídeo. Vamos ver o que tem legal pra ver. Vai, se você vê algo que você queira ver, pode dizer. Hã?
Tava no Selbit hoje.
Por quê?
Os bagulho de NPC lá.
SPC ou NPC?
NPC.
Ah, eu tô bugado. NPC ou SPC?
SPC, porra.
Ai,
Deixa
não,
eu falar NPC,
não
cara.
buga na minha cabeça. O que eu tava fazendo no SPC?
Tava
Live?
reagindo. Não, NPC. Não, era live, era das lives.
Ah, tá, mas é do YouTube.
Bota lá em cima.
Onde?
Aquele bagulhete cabeçudo lá.
Onde?
Pra baixo. Cheio de sonho.
Isso aqui? Ah,
Achei
esse,
estranho, gostei.
isso aqui é de... Ele faz uns coisas de tipo depressão. Tipo sentimentos. Ou doenças. Só que é... déficit de atenção. Por isso que vários olhos. Deixa eu colocar foi escuro. Tá passada.
Olha só, vários orçamentos.
everyone, Ace of Clay here. Welcome back to my channel and welcome to another sculpting video. If you're new here, I'm a sculptor and every week I make a new sculpture, and in today's video I'm personifying ADHD. I've also personified depression and anxiety, so if you want to check out those videos, they're linked in the description box below. So today you get to meet Mangle, the last wanderer from my mutant universe. My mutant universe is a series of characters that I've been developing over the past couple of years, and if you want to check them out, they're in the playlist down below. Now Mangle, like I said, is personifying ADHD, and this was a pretty tricky sculpture because I really wanted to convey how it feels to have ADHD and deal with it on a daily basis. I wrote him an entire backstory with all of his lore, and I will be sharing it with you throughout this entire video, so make sure you watch the whole thing so you don't miss any details. And just a couple things before we get started, you only have a couple weeks left to see the Ice Cream Man and the photographer in person at My Pops Comics and Collectibles in Shelby Township, Michigan. They're there through the end of July, so if you have a second and you're in the area, be sure to check them out. And then I just released a brand new limited edition holographic print of the guides from my mutant universe. This is available right now. It is extremely limited because I only have 20 copies. Each one is numbered, and you can also order it signed by me if you want. This is available right now at aceofclay.com, and just look at that shimmer. And then without further ado, check me out on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok at Ace of Clay. Now let's meet Mangle. Alright, let's get started. I'm inserting my aluminum wire into the holes I drilled in my wooden plaque, and I'm shaping out Mangle's body. Now, the majority of this sculpture is going to be exposed wire. We're going to try something different. Mangle is going to be part robot. So let's go ahead and get that body figured out, and then secure everything with some more wire, of course, on the bottom and the top of his torso, and then bend him into the proper stance, and then at his neck, and then I'm going to add a nice spiral of aluminum wire around that torso there. And all the materials and tools that you see me use in this video are listed in the description box below, along with my affiliate links if you want to purchase anything.
Vai dar. Vai ter que dar.
Não, esse gasta 500 rolou com papel com grife.
Now let's finish by twisting that wire up his neck. Let's secure some things with my players.
Né, ficar gastando. Depois quem tem que comprar.
Bacon bond, where I'm going to be placing some clay.
Nossa. Quando que você comprou um papel higiênico pra mim?
Spiraled spine completely exposed, and just work the clay around that. And the clay that I'm using, of course, is Super Sculpey Original.
Eu sempre compro pra gente, meu.
Acho que vou deixar você cagar e limpar na água.
The Wanderers are a group of creatures who roam the mutant universe with no destination. They are not mutants, they are not guides, and they are not dangerous.
Queria que tivesse uma câmera na sua cara pra ficar vendo
essas palhaçadas que você faz. Mangle was born from the earth as nothing more than a head, with 6 eyes, a nose, and a mouth.
Tá bonito seu cabelo,
In the beginning of his life, he would roll around the mutant universe like an egg that had fallen out of its nest. He would roll and roll until one day he thought to himself, there has to be a better way.
Só quando
And
começou a
for
trabalhar.
added detail, I'm adding some metal piping around that shoulder area.
Eu acho que daqui a pouco você tá trabalhando, daí a gente tá comprando essas palhaçadas. Como é que você não tá escutando, né?
Now I'm just going to go ahead and add some knobs to his chest.
Ah, tá em inglês? Vou escutar o quê? Quer dizer, onde escutar, não tem ideia.
Não sei.
Now for a nice seam, finished off with some nail heads.
Você não entende? Dorme nada. Do nada tá no Facebook, depois no Insta, depois no TikTok, depois no YouTube.
Now I'm going to wrap some wire around his legs. This is of course for looks, but it also has meaning that isn't part of the official story of this guy. This is alluding to an unfinished sculpture. A lot of people wrap wire around their armature like this to help secure the clay, and having it exposed like this on Mangle, it symbolizes an unfinished piece. A
lot
of people with ADHD, myself included, like to start projects they don't finish, so here's my little symbolism for that.
Já fiz máscara com isso.
Now after adding some bacon bond, let's go ahead and finish the other clay portion of his torso.
Aqui daí você pega papel higiênico, papel de jornal, coisa assim, coloca água com cola e vai colando desse jeito, num balão. Aí depois, quando secar, você estoura o balão e faz a máscara, só que você tem a base pra cá.
Não é balão, não, é bexiga, pô.
Hã?
Mas não é balão que é, bicho?
Eu sei, mas... Ai, não sei, eu tô falando...
And now for the
Eu falo
fun part,
balão,
I'm
eu falo
wrapping
bexiga,
some
eu falo as
floral
duas
wire
coisas.
around my pin tool to create a little spiral, and this is going to be
Viu
one of
como
the
deu?
cords that are going to be exposed on Mangle's body.
Isso que eu tô colocando
There's
um
gonna be
em
a
cima
bunch
do
of
outro
wires
ainda, né,
going
velho?
every which way all over this guy.
Onde você vai, moço? Nossa, meu corpo hoje tá doendo muito.
Over time, Mangle
Consigo
became
virar minha
more
cabeça
intelligent as
direito.
his brain grew, and he began to assemble himself a body from scrap metal and copper pipes. He would put together the parts carefully with his mouth until he had created a working arm, and then another.
Wow.
This was no swift process, as it would take Mangle
Tô
several weeks to
economizando,
assemble each one. When Mangle had created 2
Eles
working arms,
estão
he
no
could
pique
control
de
them with his
economia
mind,
também.
as any human would with their body parts.
Isso aí,
When
gente,
his
tem que
arms were
economizar.
complete, his body assembly process got quicker,
O
and
pai
he
de
built for
vocês é
himself a
pobre.
working torso with a spring connecting the upper and lower halves, and then the legs and feet, all from rusty
Então.
copper.
Colocar mais água.
Alright, now let's finish off his legs and feet. I want these to be very geometric looking, so I'm just adding my snake of clay that I rolled out, and I'm carving it to the shape I'd like with my palette knife.
Colocar mais cola.
Now let's work our way back up to the arms and give him some elbow joints.
Joints.
And let's finish off the top part of his arms with some more wire.
Vou pegar mais papel porque eu fiquei fazendo muita graça. Oi. Ah, é outra coisa que eu fiz aqui. Que aquilo lá tá bem
now let's
molhado.
start his head. I'm
Vai
just
ser
adding
tipo
my
cinto.
clay to this ball of aluminum foil, and we're going to start shaping out
Bem,
his facial features. I have a pretty good
não
idea
dá pra
in my
gente
head
ficar
of what I
jogando
want
essas
his face
coisas
to look like.
no...
I want him to have a
no
bunch
vaso,
of
não.
eyes. So we're going to start that by working on the eye sockets, of course, and
Eu
then
vi que não dá pra
sculpting
gente jogar
each
essas
eye
coisas no vaso,
individually.
não. Olha aí. Ah, vou ver, tipo, falando que não pode. Ah, que top. Espero que não tô com a tubulação do condomínio.
There's nothing like popping in a perfectly fitting eyeball.
Ai, quem tem gato?
Gente, não sei.
Nossa, e tá vindo 44
And
ar.
please
Por que
ignore his
será?
mouth here. I end up completely redoing it.
Sei.
And now I'm using my mini butter knife tool to shape
Ah,
out the
é?
eyes
Então é
and
assim.
eyelids simultaneously. And then I'm going to use my
Pega mais
spoon
papel
tool
pra
to
mim, por
blend
favor.
in the eyelids with the rest of his face. This is a super easy and super
Não precisa de
effective
muito,
way to
tá?
make eyes. Haven't said that in a while.
É engraçada, né? Você. Ah, R$10. O que mais você quer? Um beijo? Hã? Eu pedi um favorzinho, meu amorzinho. Ah, é. Começar a cobrar então. R$10 a hora.
Now to give the eyes
Tem
some
que
more
tirar ele,
dimension,
né?
I'm
Não
adding
sai.
a little brow above each one.
É, não, ele é folgado, você tem que tirar ele, senão ele não sai da
When
cadeira.
Mangle's body was complete, so was he. He has a witty personality and is highly intelligent. He grows wiser with each passing day. Although his appearance may deter passers-by, he's quite friendly and will greet one with a wholesome grin and perhaps a compliment on their appearance, but not without the occasional stutter.
Que isso, festa junina? A carinha dele
Now
virando.
let's wipe off that original mouth and give him a new one.
É?
This one I think blends way better with his face, and it looks a little more skeletal, a little creepier.
Com
This
essa
character
cara.
is somewhat friendly, and you will learn that in the lore, but he is very stupid looking as well, and I wanted to
Nesse nível então?
capture
Caramba.
that.
Se eu não te conheço, não temos intimidade, não me toque.
Ainda bem que eu te conheço. Senão eu teria medo de você.
Eu mesmo?
Hã?
Uma foto?
Quem?
Aquela criança com a faquinha?
Como assim?
O meme que parece o Will com uma faquinha.
É?
É ele?
Não, pera aí, depende. Tem um que é ele, tem um que não é ele.
Tem que parecer ele. Quando eu tava fazendo.
Meme da faquinha. É que tem um que é ele.
Tá o mesmo cabelinho de tigela, uma criancinha com pijaminha.
Ah, não é ele,
E uma
mãe.
faquinha com uma cara de psicopata.
Não é ele.
Não é?
Não, mas parece muito, né? Mas não é ele, não.
Ai, aquele foto muito da hora.
Qual?
Foto. Essa criança.
Ah, tá.
Now let's go ahead and give him a nice little nose.
Nossa, Resident Evil
This is the
virou
most
uma...
human-looking feature on his face.
Você viu? Como é que você sabe?
Mangle's 7 eyes symbolize the inability to focus with ADHD, looking every direction and rapidly changing his train of thought. He may be
Ah,
intelligent,
só com
but he's
aquele
quite
diálogo
bareheaded,
que eu postei eu
often
fiquei
forgetting
sem
the rest
graça.
of his sentences as he's saying them. Like
eu
the
postei no meu
lyrics to his
stories.
favorite song, he'll forget a verse that is dancing on the tip
Ai,
of
não
his tongue.
pode ler meu topic furry.
Tá, mas não tem nada a ver com Resident Evil essa merda. Que diálogo de merda é aquele?
Now we just want to give him some deep frown lines
Tipo,
right
desse-
above the bridge of his nose there. Blend those in.
Não, tipo, você vê que é um diálogo merda. Não precisava ser de nada. Se fosse, tipo, uma série de comédia. Tipo. Não de Resident Evil. Uma série de comédia. Tipo, aquelas
Paródia.
exagerada, meio paródia.
Daí sim.
Daí faria sentido
Mas
aquilo.
oficial não tá.
Pra ser um negócio sério,
I'm just gonna use my
aquilo é uma
cone
bosta.
shaper tool to nitpick things and give him a nice skin texture. Just sort
Eu
of
sei.
adding these vertical lines around his
Mas
mouth,
eu
and
faço
then adding some
com outra
horizontal
coisa.
ones too, and then just layering them until I get the skin to a point that I like.
Ah, é um episódio de silicone. Episódio de silicone, velho.
Nossa, tá parecendo a lua, velho. Gostei.
Oxi.
Tá parecendo muito a lua.
Tá vendo lua aqui?
Ah, mano, não é cinza. Não, tá louco.
Que?
A lua é branca, né?
Não necessariamente.
Ah, ela é branca e cinza.
É, branquiçado.
Mangle's
só.
coils
Não sei
symbolize
exatamente que cor
repetition and
seria.
patterns, and the days when he is able to think clearly. The
Ela é de
tangled wires
queijo?
and disconnected cords symbolize disorganization and clutter. So far, so good. I'm really liking how this guy's looking. I'm gonna go ahead and give him a little helmet hood
Tá vendo?
thing
Por isso que eu não
by
vou
adding the
comprar
snake
por
of clay
enquanto.
and blending in that back edge
Hum?
with the back of his head.
Não,
I'm
eu,
really
eu
glad I
consigo
added
usar outras
this.
coisas, bem, relaxa. Ei, o que você tá fazendo? Que folga é essa? Por exemplo, se não precisar de muito detalhe, eu uso, tipo, essas pontas, assim. Tá até com... Acho que aqui tem coisa.
Now let's just add a few seams
Não
and
precisa...
nail heads
Ah,
on
não.
the back
Ai.
of his head. Helmet thing will be
Ah, você
complete.
machucou,
This is the
Logan.
part that holds his head onto
Vai pro
his
chão.
robot
Calma
body.
aí. Pronto. Ai. Vou deixar aqui pra secar. Pera aí.
Por isso que eu vou colocar.
Now, of course, he's got to have hands. I'm making these out of Kaz clay because the fingers will stay flexible after they're baked, and I'm attaching them with a little piece of wire because I don't want to blend the finger in with the rest of the hand. I want it to look like separate robot pieces. And after finishing his other hand off camera, let's go ahead and finish him off with some more wires. And then I'm also going to be adding some that aren't connected, that are sort of broken and bending all over the place.
Toda dura de pontada, de silicone industrial, não vou usar.
After attaching the last wire, it's time for his one and only bake.
Questão em cima da brincadeira.
And now that he's baked, let's go ahead and paint him. I'm using this color called French Vanilla on his face. We're going to get that done and detailed before we move on to the rest of his body. To add some more dimension to his face and really bring out all those wrinkles I added, I'm using this dark brown wash from War Paints. Just brushing it on and dabbing off the excess, being careful not to remove any of that French vanilla color. Now I just want to darken all of the really deep lines, like the line for his mouth and the bigger wrinkles, with a very small brush and some more of that dark brown wash. Mangle is a tall fellow. He stands 10 feet tall, towering over many. He's inquisitive and wildly entertaining. He often forgets where he's going, even though he has no destination. He always thinks he has somewhere to be. He just can't put his metal finger on it. He walks in large strides, swaying his arms back and forth as they clink and squeak with the sound of rusty metal.
Ah, eu acho que é isso. Ah? Vamos de gameplay?
Now I just want to dry brush on a little bit of titanium white to highlight some areas on his face. Mangle is bursting with energy, often skipping in between steps, and speaking faster than he can think. He's always ready for an adventure, and is quite fearless. Now it's time to paint his eyes. I'm going to make them all completely black. I was going to paint them like normal eyes looking in a bunch of different directions, but I didn't want him to look goofy, so I went with this more serious approach. Now for his body, I'm just giving it a nice black primer coat. Now I'm just going to glaze his eyes, make them nice and shiny with some Americana Triple Thick High Gloss Varnish. Now for the satisfying process of adding a metallic acrylic over black paint. I'm going in with copper. This is by Lumiere, and I'm just dabbing it all over the surface. And I don't want it to be perfect because I want him to look rusty and old. So I'm not going on super thick. I'm letting some of that black show through. I go in, I add a black wash on top of this when it's dry, and he ends up looking really cool. And then for the next step, after I dry brush all that copper on his head, I'm going in with some white, and this is going to create some sort of calcium deposits here and there. I'm just swiftly swiping my brush back and forth on all of the top upper areas of his body and the top edges of different parts, and really just hitting them and taking that dirty metal look to the next level. Now to create the look of some more grime and maybe some copper oxidation, I just want to go in with some watered down green and just dab it here and there. Mangle is a peculiar character with many quirks. He will offer you comfort in the darkness that plagues the mutant universe. Don't be shy. Offer him your friendship and you will be rewarded. Mangle is the manifestation of ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. And that's the story of Mangle, the last wanderer. And say it with me.
And he's done! Mangle the Wanderer is complete. Let me know what you think of him in the comments. Now, as a sufferer of ADHD myself, I like to call myself the poster boy of ADHD because I don't think I could be more ADHD if I tried. It's a daily struggle in so many different aspects of my life, and I really wanted to portray how it feels to be ADHD, to have all those eyes, to be this robot figure with all these unattached cords and just sort of be all over the place and reflect that in not only the sculpture but his personality and how he acts too. So I really hope you enjoyed this video, and be sure to let me know what you think in the comments. And as always, thank you so much for watching and being here. Be sure to check out My Pop's Comics and Collectibles in Shelby Township, Michigan if you want to see the Ice Cream Man and the Photographer in person. They're only going to be there through the end of July. Grab yourself a holographic print. There's only 20 of these available right now at aceofclay.com. And then of course, check me out on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok at aceofclay, and I will see you in the next video. Thanks for watching. Hey everyone, Ace of Clay here. Welcome back to my channel and welcome to another sculpting video. If you're new here, I'm a sculptor and every week I make a new sculpture, and in today's video, I'm personifying anxiety. So this video is following up last week's video where I personified depression and I made Depremere. Today, you get to meet Angor. Angor is another wanderer from the mutant universe. If you're not familiar with my mutant universe, it is a series of characters that I've been developing over the last year, and this character that you're going to meet today is part of it. So Angor is another wanderer character. He's not a mutant, he's not a guide, he's a completely separate category of creatures from the mutant universe. I will be going into his entire backstory, lore, and symbolism throughout this entire video, so make sure you watch the whole thing so you don't miss any details. And then before we get started, there are only a couple more weeks that you can see the Ice Cream Man and the Photographer in person at My Pop's Comics and Collectibles in Shelby Township, Michigan. Mention this being the reason for your visit and you will receive a free Ice Cream Man trading card. So again, they're only there for a couple more weeks through the end of July, so if you're in the area, be sure to stop by. And thank you so much for all the positive reception on the Mutant Universe trading cards. I believe at the time of recording this, there are only 12 packs left. Now, long story short, I actually had to order more. They sold out completely last week Saturday, and I ended up overselling them. I thought I had more than I actually did, so I did order a couple extra, but after this, once these 12 packs are gone, they are gone forever. I will not be restocking Series 1. So make sure you go to aceofclay.com or click the link in the description box below if you want to grab a pack. And if you missed out on this round of trading cards, don't worry, Series 2 is coming very, very soon. It's going to be even better than Series 1, and I can't wait to show you. I'm working on them right now. And now, without further ado, let's meet Angor. Alright, let's get started. I've got my aluminum wire here, and I'm going to start shaping out Angor's base and body structure. I want him to be this very skinny S shape. And then I'm also going to attach his arms with some more wire. And as always, all the materials and tools that you see me use in this video are listed in the description box below, along with my affiliate links if you want to purchase anything. Now I'm just bulking out the base with some aluminum foil, and then we're going to start covering that in ultralight. We're going to give him a nice solid underlying structure to add our final layer of clay to. Just working my way up here, and then I'm just going to bulk out his torso really quick. And just like that, he's ready for the oven. And once he's baked and completely cooled down, it's time to start covering him in clay. I'm using Super Sculpey Original, and I got these thin, even sheets by rolling it through my pasta maker on the thickest setting. Just adding this over all of him. Want to get that whole body covered. Add some Bacon Bond to my wire before I add some clay there so it sticks better. And just get everything nice and covered and smooth. And once all my clay is on, I want to roll out some snakes of clay to create a nice texture at the bottom here. And originally I wanted him to be wearing robes, but this ends up turning into him coming out of the ground. You'll see what I mean later. And then I got this nice little cheap clock from the craft store that I'm going to add to him at some point. But first, let's add this stone texture. I'm trying to create, again, the texture of the ground, and I end up not going with this, and I end up using my medium ball stylus to drag some lines and different textures on it instead. But before we go any further, let's add some more snakes of clay. And then keep doing this, even though this is what we end up with. So I end up covering the whole base with this texture instead of the aluminum foil impressions. The Wanderers are a group of creatures who roam the mutant universe with no destination. They are not mutants, they are not guides, and contrary to popular belief, they are not dangerous. Today we meet Angor, the second Wanderer. Angor was born from the Earth in the mutant dimension, brought to life by the suffering of humans, specifically the illness of anxiety that plagues the human realm. He is a frail creature that is hunched over holding his arms around his chest. He is extremely stiff and moves in slow, cracking motions. And once I've got his arms positioned, I'm going to start working on his hands. To make these, I'm using Cos clay because it stays flexible after you bake it. And I'm really liking making hands this way where I just attach the fingers separately. And I think that's what I'm going to do from now on. I like it a lot better than the other method that I've been doing for 3 years. But yeah, let's blend those fingers in and get them good to go. Alright, now back to that clock from earlier. I want to have it attached to a very big chain. And since I don't have any chain that's the size I want, I'm going to make it myself using my armature wire. Just going to bend it into individual chain links, get it the length that I want. Use my pliers, use my good pliers for this because those little jewelry ones weren't really cutting it. Hello, carpal tunnel. And there we go, homemade chain link. Now I'm just going to set this aside and we're going to start mixing up some epoxy sculpt to modify the clock face. But before I do that, I have to take the cover off and dirty up that face so it's not nice and white. It's got to look very dingy, dirty, very old, like it's been sitting in a landfill for years. This was fun.
Now we're going to put everything back together and then start using our epoxy sculpt to modify the clock. I want it to look very big and heavy and bulky, so I'm just adding a snake of clay around the edge of it, and then we'll go ahead and texture it later. And then I was careful not to trap the batteries inside. And after inserting my chain, I'm going to texture it with this piece of aluminum foil from earlier. And then here I am making sure I didn't permanently encase the batteries. Now let's start his head. Of course, it started as a ball of aluminum foil. I've added my clay on top of that, and I'm going to start shaping out the features, starting with the eyes. Now for his eyes, I want them to look like his eyelids on the top and the bottom are sort of stretched out, and you see that tissue around them, so I'm just making sure I drag it out enough to get that point across. Angor appears as an elderly man, plagued with feelings of panic, fear, dread, and uneasiness. He is restless and tense, and is easily startled. As he roams the mutant universe, he is completely lost in his own mind, plagued with thoughts of impending danger and doom. He is weak, tired, and his bloodshot, tired eyes never close. And then I really enjoyed putting all these wrinkles on Angor. I give him some very concerned looking forehead wrinkles, and we use our cone shaper tool to add a nice skin texture just by crisscrossing it on top of itself over and over to give it a nice realistic dimensional feel. Now I just want to go ahead and pop on his other ear, and then I do want him to have a chin, so I'm going to add one. I don't want his face to just fall off into nothing, so he's going to have a chin, but still no mouth.
Bora jogar caras que caem. Pera aí. Ai, porque ficou verde. A câmera ficou verde. Nossa, travou. Depois arruma a câmera. Play. Deixa eu ver. What's happened? Fechei o aplicativo. Nossa, mas tá travando um pouco, hein? Não sei se é porque tá streamando em dois lugares ao mesmo tempo. Porque tá usando 100% da CPU. Mas tá pesado. Olha, eu vou ter que fechar isso aqui, senão tá ruim. Ei. Eu sou tão bom que eu vou começar depois. Ó, o último. E ainda vou ganhar. Uhul. Ai, fiz merda. Vamos lá. Alcancei um. Passei. Isso. Ai, que inferno. Vai, você consegue. Ou não, né? Ah, vai, você consegue. Ah. Nossa, consegui. Isso que eu comecei em último, hein? Ah, não gostei dessa música. Vamos ver se essas músicas aqui são melhores. Ixi. Eu tava correndo no negócio achando que ia me pegar, vai se ferrar. Classificado, isso. É assim que eu gosto. Nossa, meus dedos estão muito sujos, cara. Vou colocar o Yoda no meu ombro. É o papagaio. Ah, esse não, descobri o caminho, eu não gosto. Sou o primeiro. Ah. Nossa. Tortudo, ó. Nossa, que burro. Perdeu, né, filho? Nossa, ia ganhar. Mas é um burro. 8 restantes. Lascou agora. Agora que fica disputado. The final round. Estou ansioso. Nossa, tem que ser o primeiro agora. Vai. Ah, não. Isso, me segura, seu corno. Ai! Muito rápido. Ai. 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 Não! Isso, ganhei! Ganhei! Por vencedor.
Quanto você ganhou, jogador? Oxi! Eu joguei isso aqui.
Eu achei que você já tinha ganhado um. Por isso que eu tô a mão feliz. Eba, é a primeira vez que eu ganho. Eu tô muito feliz. Obrigado a todos os meus fãs que não me assistem. Olha que legal, comprei um monte de coisa. Ganhei 300 de crédito. Eu estou muito feliz. E realizado. O que tem de roupinha? Ai, agora que eu vi a bolsinha de... Que fofo. Animações. tava pensando em jogar um Minecraft. O que você acha? É sobre. Nossa, bugou. Nossa, a galera tá tendo realmente muita dificuldade. Vai. Você consegue, pato? Não conseguiu. Vai, cavalo. Com bunda de pombo. Olha. Era só se jogar, gente. Pô. Dificuldade. Nossa, tô acompanhando os caras muito ruins. Ó, isso aí sabe. Ó, ó, ó. Isso, pronto. Fácil. Olha os dois dançando ali. Né, na burro. Vamos ganhar. Quase. É. Nossa. Caiu. Tava muito concentrado. Meu cérebro tá derretendo. Essa semana foi tão estressante que, nossa. Será que eu vou ganhar esse também? Nossa, meu Deus, tá muito preto. Corrida maluca. Nossa, porque eu tava olhando pro cavalo. Nossa, todo mundo vai pelo meio, né? Isso, bate em mim, seus cornos. Saco. Ai, que bosta. Ah, já entrando, tô entrando. Ah! Que bosta. Eu capacitino Among Us. cara está armado e apontado. Nossa, fica tão lagado quando tá cheio de gente. Vai lá, ó. Não consegui de novo. Ah, vou chegar em terceiro. Pódio. Nossa. Caramba, sortudo. Nunca mais. Esse daí, pelo menos, nunca mais. Vamos, gente, termina logo isso. Vai, pombo. Puru. Vai, pombo. Ai, pombo burro. Nossa, tudo que eu clico tá caindo, pô. Vai, galinha. Ah. Só clico em gente burra. Vai, carinha de chapéu. Vai, pato. Ah, meu pai do céu, só pateta mesmo. Que isso aqui é um abacaxi com macaco? Quase, amigo, quase. Nossa, esse lagzão aí. Pram. Equilibre-se nas gangorras para chegar ao final. Eu consigo. Eu consegui. Corre. Oh my gosh. Eu consegui de novo. Consegui de novo. Ai. Eu consegui mais uma vez. Eu não acredito, eu vou conseguir passar. Ai. Consegui. Ah, nossa, botão direito do mouse e pula. Não sabia disso. Ah, nossa, o mouse faz tudo. Pra que eu... Nossa, pra que ficar segurando? Vou entrar antes que eu seja desclassificado. Esse só desistiu da vida. Nossa, o tá usando 100% da CPU, né? Cadê o bagulho de performance? Ah, tá aqui. O que esse áudio deixa? Ah, tá funcionando. Sei lá. Tava usando 1%. E abri de novo. Sei lá. Ah, diminuiu o uso, ó. Melhor. Vamos lá. Ah, de gelo não. Isso. Ah, é só uma anta quadrada, né? Ai. Ah, cara. Não vou passar nesse negócio nem ferrando. Vai que dá. Se conseguir. Esqueci que esse negócio é só fazer pão. Ah, esse no meio ele é horrível. Só passa por baixo, melhor. Não consegue tanto pão como esse hoje. Vai, amiguinhos, consegue. Vai, galinha. Você consegue. Oxi. aumentar mais aqui também. Ah, não conseguiu. Ah, vai, um negócio diferente. Oh. Nossa, não classifiquei. Último round de novo. Será que eu ganho mais uma vez? Ou vou ser humilhado? Fico questionando. Ai, carinho, que gostoso. Carinho, carinho. Carinho. Ai, ai, essa fase não, cara. Ai, não consigo jogar esse negócio. Não! Droga, quase. Fazer graça. Sou muito burro. Ai, meu pescoço tá doendo. Quase ganhei, irmão. Bom, eu gostei daquele negocinho do Among Us ali. Eu quero. Ai, cansei de Among Us. Sair. O que eu tenho aqui pra jogar? Nossa, faz tempo que eu não jogo Hollow Knight, né? Ah, tem que comprar um negócio da Cuphead. Deixa eu ver o Minecraft se vai funcionar com essa live dupla aqui. Instalar. Ah, é live. Ah, tá instalando o negócio. Tá bom, né? O bitrate tá. Ah, mano. Enquanto isso. Ah, 2 minutos ainda. que eu vou? Sim. Oxe, você não sabia? Relaxa. Ah, morri. Vai sair agora. Tá muito quente. Ai, nossa, que saudade disso. Jogar. Nossa. O que aconteceu com o som do jogo? Ah. Lute? Ai, lute. Ai! Corno! Doeu. Sai. Sai.
Deixa ele ficar ali, tá? Não, mas não é só coisa, né, velho?
Ele quer ficar em cima de coisa. Ó, tem um cara aqui. Ah, não, tem não. Vazio. Achei que tinha. Isso, fica na frente de todo mundo. O que foi?
É um gato, ele pode.
Fica na frente da câmera. Sai, não consigo ver. Ai, por que que o cara não pulou? Ai, tô doendo minha perna, seu filho da mãe. Ah, esse jogo é muito elaborado pra mim hoje em dia. Oxi. Do nada. Ai, tô doendo minha perna. Ah, ai, cadê? Aqui. Uma espada de diamante, só que não tá encantado. Ah, não, esse aí é muita vergonha. É, tô vendo você. Não! Que sonho. Nossa, e na tela não tá nem aparecendo o jogo, eu sou um... Ih, você só no mine, cadê? Ué? Vai ficar assim. Vamos jogar, vamos. Entendo. O que é esse debut? Ah, vou jogar esse aqui. Nossa senhora. Culpa desse filho da mãe. Nossa, como é que eu jogo isso? Loot. É tanta coisa na tela que eu não tô entendendo nada. Ah, que isso? Não tô entendendo nada desse jogo. É besta. E é ruim no arco, hein?
Vai, bem, mata essa foto.
Errou!
Vai morrer, ó. Morreu.
Ah, muito ruim no arco. Até eu parado. Ah, como é que assim eu morri? Não, morri. Mas é por pontos. Ah, por que eu morro? Nada a ver. Ai, que cacete de jogo. Não gostei desse jogo, até saí do servidor. Eu quero jogar em equipe, não quero jogar sozinho. Hã? Shhh, shhh. Silêncio, moço. Chato. Muito chato. Eu quero aquele lá de novo, só que eu quero um grupo. Solo, sumô, duelos, duas. Ó, vamos ver isso aqui. Nossa, mapa de Rocket League, é? Ah, sempre em duelo. É o mapa do Rocket League. Ai, como é que ele tá me acertando? Não sei jogar essas bolsas. Não sei onde que eu tô. Nossa, eu tô tão perdido. Errou. Acertou o corno. Tem que jogar essa bosta desse jogo do caralho. Porra. bosta do jogo. Quero jogar em equipe, não quero jogar sozinho, inferno. Olha. Vamos ver se suma. Eu gosto de jogar em equipe, que é divertido. Ah, que isso? Não sei jogar essa buceta. Ai, cara. Baixar outra versão pra jogar outro servidor. Ai. Não sei, servidor de bosta. Tomar no cu. E no cu esse servidor. Instalei sabor de porcaria dele. Ah, cadê? O Venom tá me consumindo. O Venom. Ai, minha mão.
Oh, meu Deus.
Ah, ele vai comer cabeças agora. I love her.
Ah, entendi esse horário.
O quê?
Entendi esse horário.
Não, são duas opções. Das 2 às 22 ou das 10 às 6. Mas não sei se eles querem igual os outros lá, né? É, qualquer horário, qualquer lugar. Que lugar que é esse? 1.8 ou 1.19? Vou colocar na 1.19. Agendar? Vamos ver o que acontece, né? O salário é bom? Não? Initiation run. Dorme, eu só tô dando carinho. Dorme, gatinho. Ai, você tá em cima do gatinho na câmera. Gatinho que alguém coisa fofa. Eu esqueci que vocês não gostam que mexa no Be The God. Ai, tem 2 gatos agora aqui. O que a gente faz com tanto gato? É muito gatucho. Muito gatucho. É. Esse narizinho aí fazendo assim. Ai, saco de ficar trocando de versão, hein? Tô na 1.19. Tá vermelho. Entendi. Tem que abrir de novo o site. Esse é um servidor estranho. Tá aqui. Ai, filho, você é muito chato. Eu vou ver outro servidor aqui. Um 1.18.2, tá, vamos lá. Servidor chinês. Nossa, vai dar um lag. Ai, que coisa.
Opa, galera, estamos aqui mais.
Não, quero ver. Ih, tá funcionando, que lixo. esse aqui foi. Para que cada parte tem um valor de 50? É uma calculadora. Não, pega aqui. Seis. Ai, bem que é. Consigo digitar. Cita. Deixa eu ver. Ah, 10%, 80. Daí eu soma, né, bem? 880. 880. Nossa. Bem que digitar esse jogo do caralho. Eita larga. Eu não tenho nem conta nessa porra de servidor. Ah, toma no cu. Cara, eu não tenho senha. cara, vou enfiar no cu esse jogo. Não quero mais jogar Minecraft, vai se fuder.
Você já pensou em...
Inferno, cara. Ai, faça o login. Eu tô fazendo. Puta do caralho. Pelo menos tá indo. Vai, pronto. Esquece, tá? Quer? Desça ela. Nossa, tem 20% de bateria. Não vai dar pra ficar muito tempo, não. Tá aberto aqui? Oxi. Preconceito é esse? Nada mesmo. Ah, o bom é que o Boulevard você não tem que ficar subindo o morro. Só pra voltar.
Ai, que pancinha do cara.
Ai, mudou o IP. Pronto. Do you hear me? Oxi. Consigo. Calma. Ele se assustou.
Vê se tem português.
Não tem.
Não viu, não, tá certo.
Eu não posso não ver as coisas. Tá bom. Nem sei onde que vê isso. Não, já vi algo. No idea. Ah, deixa eu mudar aqui. Como é o jogo desse jogo? O nome desse jogo? Vai ficar se olhando me responder.
Come now, Alice. It's only a dream.
It's not a dream.
Ah, eu já descobri sozinho, né, mano?
Not a dream.
Calma,
There,
calma.
Alice.
Não.
There's a steam hammer in my chest.
Ai, não, tem uma dificuldade que eu tenho, assim, pra fazer as coisas. É que, tipo, eu acho incrível. Para de falar assim comigo. Te dei liberdade.
É Alice Madness o termo. Não é Alice the Madness.
Eu não sei que tá aquele Madness ali.
É só Alice Madness, não Alice
Eu já entendi, caralho. Saco. Eu tô escrevendo errado porque eu tô puto.
Sabendo escrever, pô. Volta pra escola.
Ah, mimão. Vai se ferrar. Sou trouxa. Pronto, vamos jogar agora. Botãozinho, ó. Ó, outro botãozinho. Aperta o botãozinho e levanta. Chaves. Olha. Olha. Masculino e feminino. E chaves que...
Come now, Alice. It's only a dream.
It's not a dream.
Não é
It's
só
a
é uma
memory.
memória
And it makes
que
me
me faz
sick.
ficar doente.
Now.
Agora,
Focus.
foca.
Wait.
Espera.
Floating again.
Você tá
Weightless.
flutuando de novo.
A cipher.
Eu não sei o que é
Relax.
isso. É um peso. Relaxa.
I'm in
Fogo.
hell.
Eu tô
Forget
no
it.
inferno.
Abandon
Esquece
that
disso.
memory.
Esquece
It's
essa memória. Não
unproductive.
é produtivo.
Go
Vai pra Terra das Maravilhas.
Wonderland.
I can't.
Eu não posso. Eu tô presa no passado.
I'm trapped in my past.
Sergeant, this girl's badly hurt.
Sargento, essa menina. Ai, tá tudo bem. Ai, é drogas. Caso perca fogo.
No, Alice.
Não, Alice,
Discard that
descarta
delusion.
essa
Forget
ilusão,
it.
esquece essa
Go
coisa, vai pro Terra
to
Maravilha.
Wonderland.
I'd rather not, Doctor.
Eu acho
My
que não.
Wonderland's shattered.
A Terra Maravilha
It's
tá
dead to
fechada.
me.
Tá,
Your
tá morta
preference
pra mim.
doesn't signify, girl.
Não importa o que você
Now,
prefere, menina.
where are
Vai pra lá, pô.
I'm sailing with a
Tô
friend.
viajando num navio com um amigo.
It's different somehow.
E é diferente de alguma
Things
maneira.
have changed.
As coisas mudaram.
Change is good. It's the first
Boa
link in the chain of
mudança.
forgetting.
Mudança é bom.
Happening?
O
Are
que
you
tá
mad?
acontecendo?
I'm not
Você tá
mad.
doido?
Rabbit.
That's not right. What
Coelho,
are you
isso
doing?
não é certo. O
Is
que tá
something
acontecendo? Tá alguma coisa errada. O que tá errado?
Don't struggle, Alice.
Não
Let the
lute,
new
Alice.
Wonderland
Deixa a Terra das Maravilhas emergir. Nossa, Terra das Maravilhas.
Corruption.
Poluição, corrupção,
It's
tá me
killing me.
matando.
Wonderland
Terra
is
das
destroyed.
Maravilhas tá
My mind's
destruída.
ruined.
A cabeça tá
Forget it,
ruindo.
Alice. Block
Esquece
that
isso,
dream.
Alice.
Wake
Bloqueia
at the sound.
o sonho. Acorda. Muito rápido.
There.
É
Alice.
difícil traduzir.
Better now, aren't we?
My head's exploded and there's a steam hammer in my chest.
Ela tá fazendo
Well,
terapia.
the cost of forgetting is high.
My memories make me vomit.
Gato
What
aqui.
can I-
Tá
Remember
empolado.
other things.
I want to forget. Who would choose to be alone, imprisoned by their broken memories?
I'll set you free, Alice. Memory is a curse more often than a blessing.
So you've
Memória é
said
mais
many
uma
times.
maldição.
And
And I will say again, the past must be paid for. Now, before our next session,
Ela tem que tomar
collect
umas
those
pílulas.
pills from our high street chemist.
very well, Doctor.
Sim. Alice cresceu, pintou o cabelo de preto. Foi pra terapia porque não existe esses negócios de coelho.
My turn to forget, Alice.
Now,
Que?
Charlie,
Olha a cara desse bicho.
your pa was hung for killing your ma who beat you. Let's forget
Ele matou a
that,
mãe
Charlie.
dele que se batia nele.
Past is dead, Charlie.
Ah. Tem uma bunda na câmera.
Nossa, o Alan fez isso daqui.
Na cara, vai, na cara.
Tá muito apagado isso daqui, tá muito louco. Muito forte isso aqui.
Nossa, muito fraco agora. Acho que assim tá melhor. Melhor?
Ollie
Nossa,
pinched me
criança.
smalls. Wear bloomers.
Cabeçudo. Ótimo.
Smells awful.
Ela
Worse
falou
than
que o
your room?
menino fede. Fede ruim não existe, né? Fede só. Os demônios. Saudável. Aperta assim. Minhas histórias de criança carregam um fruto estranho. Esses desenhos mostram partes da minha mente. Tem que clicar. Ou enter, né? Não sei.
Ah, cadê o negócio? Cadê a câmera?
A câmera bugou. O jogo meio bugadinho assim.
What's wrong there?
Can't find the door.
Eu não consigo achar o doutor. Vai na porta, não dá pra abrir? Não, aí você veio daí, na outra porta. Essa.
Do something. Anything.
Faça alguma coisa, qualquer coisa. Ah, o quarto das garotas, ó. Vai. Focus me. Oh. T pro first person, pra câmera primeira pessoa.
Doctor, do you right? Still sick in the head?
I'm past a cure.
Ih,
Terminal
ele falou,
condition.
Ele falou que não tem cura, vai morrer. Não. Morreu. Você não prefere ficar terceira pessoa? Por enquanto é melhor. Fala com outra menina. Ah, uma boneca. Na cama, eu achei que era uma menina, não era uma boneca. Ah, você vai precisar de olhar aí. First person. Vai, chega perto.
Ai, gente, saudável. Hora de chá, meninas.
As coisas que eu escuto.
Vamos, meninas.
Vai pra baixo. Desce a escada, vamos. Você tá escrito aí?
Não sei.
Não. Super seguro, né?
Psicólogo totalmente.
Calma, perto assim. Vai. Não sei o que é o Warn Off. Tem coisas abandonadas têm um passado, pra resumir. E as pessoas que usaram elas também. Meu passado foi consumido por fogo. Saudável. Mais uma badalada você morre.
Mr. Payne had no idea how humble a home could be. If not for my drawings and the photographs, this could pass for my room at the asylum.
Ok, essa foto da minha família foi entregue aqui pelo correio. Sem mensagem, sem retorno, sem remetente. Estou grata por esse momento, mas eu queria agradecer ao entregador. Ai, cara bonita desse povo. Hã? Puxa. Ah, tá. Olha a janela. Vamos pra aí. Tá no mesmo lugar? Ué, você não desceu a escada? Oxi, parece as mesmas crianças de antes. O que tá escrito, né? Ah, só seguir, já que não tem como abrir.
Doctor's pet. Too good for the asylum.
Oxi.
Mad as a hatter without the charm. Killed her family. Who'd want her?
Nossa. Falando umas coisas pesadas, tipo, indesejada, matou a família, não sei o que. Deixa eu ver. The likeness captures the deeper confidence. Eu não sei o que é likeness. Uma confiança, talvez? Sei lá. Alguma coisa capturou... Ah, tá, entendi. Isso meio que mostra ou capturou a confiança do doutor. Não é confiança. Não, ele é confiante. Não sei com que palavra dá pra isso. Não, mas não é confiança. Ah, ele se acha. Seu ego, isso. Ele... fecha-se. Porta. Vai pra fora. Sai dessa casa. Vai embora, corre. Foge enquanto dá tempo.
Another day, a different dream, perhaps.
Nossa, que escuro esse lugar, hein? Tá nublado. É da Idade Média. Olha que cheirinho de coco de cavalo. Segura? Hounds home for wayward youth.
Sideways.
Machine made for sex.
You like Boccherini, Missy? How about
Boccherini? É o tocador de... Que? Nossa, cara, essas crianças. Nossa, pra onde que tem que ir? Que eu tô não nada.
Wears her black. Too good for company. She don't get close. Hates being touched. Who likes it then? Never slapped.
White chop mock. As mulher. As véia. Putriqueira. Que diversões tem para os jovens? Que isso? Que isso, moça? O que tá acontecendo? Ela é adolescente, não pode.
Sometimes I wonder where my next cheese is coming from. Sick of her indoors going on the right.
Hello, Puss. Puss. Don't be afraid.
É, vem aqui, bucetinha. Bucetinha. Não, mas tem diferença. Não é Puss, é Puss. Para de falar buceta. Corre, segue o gato. Trocar o coelho pelo gato. Nossa, mas o gato brilha, hein? Dá pra ver 3 km.
Seems following furry creatures into dark holes has become a habit. I hope it's not a vice.
Segue o gato. Vai. Pode ir. Talvez não pule agora. Você já não viu o gameplay desse jogo? Precisa de tomar um sol. Eita! Que isso? Coelho. Coelhinho. Nossa. O que está acontecendo? Gente. O que vocês têm na cara, gente? Isso parece umas moscas.
My stars and garters, Alice Little. Slumming again, are we?
Nurse Witless. What luck. Twice in as many months.
Out on your own? You look frazzled, dearie. Not doing well?
Not really.
Come along home then and look at my pigeons.
Venha pra minha casa,
Pretty
ver
birds,
meus
like
pombos.
you.
I don't think so.
Pássaro bonito.
Our last visit cost me several pounds and got me nowhere.
A última visita só gastei dinheiro com
where your
você.
mangy rabbit got to.
Você ficou puta, né?
Still
Tô
a
tentando
mess.
resumir o que
No
eles estão falando.
surprise. Her kin roasted
Filho,
like
eu sei que você
chestnuts
quer.
right before her
I'm
eyes.
sorry.
10 years in Rutledge Asylum wasted everyone's time. Dr. Bumby won't do better. Still hauling out her questions. The fire, her memory. I deserve consideration, don't I? Who
Presta
found
atenção no
her
começo,
her
tô
new
entendendo.
clothes? Who got her a place at Bumby's? Where'd she be without me? On the
Você estaria
street,
sem
selling
ela
her
na rua,
backside. Likes my
sendo
pigeons, though.
prostituta.
She's doled out the odd pound
Igual os
too.
pombos.
But what I know is worth more than that.
Eu sei que
Kept her secret, haven't I? Heard her say, "All died on my account. I couldn't save you."
tô guardando o
I've
segredo
told her
dela.
my silence is for sale. Keep.
Meu
I'm a good
silêncio tá à
sort,
venda.
really. Not like her nanny, that uppity whore. Or that lawyer fellow Radcliffe took a stupid rabbit. Need money. Warned her I'd tell the coppers if she didn't make a donation to my upkeep. She yells and goes off her head. Does she can't remember her name? What I heard.
Ela tá cuidando dela e tá roubando ela. A véia. A véia é malvada. É futriqueira. Nossa. Que ambiente saudável. Parece filme. Hã? C. A cub's really just a cage. Esse negócio, tipo um puleirinho, é só uma gaiola. Mas os pombos não se importam. Nossa, esse céu parece que tá o fim do mundo. Nossa, olha os cocôzinhos aí. Ai, olha essa paisagem. Essa paisagem da Revolução Industrial.
Nurse Witness, do you mean to harm me? To send me back to the asylum?
I won't say no. I've a thirst you could photograph.
Need a drink.
Por
mal needs weapon.
Que rolou? Ela tá entrando no mundo da loucura, no multiverso da loucura. Olha lá, ó, é multiverso da loucura.
It's only a dream.
Ai, eu virei uma gótica girl.
É igual Barbie, você piscou um look novo.
Ela virou grilo. Vamos jogar com a girl, ó.
Virou a Belle Belinha.
Até hoje não tem esse negócio da Belle Belinha, mas tudo bem. Olha meu butinão de girl gótica trevosa. Ah, eu tô no País das Maravilhas, olha. Ei, sem spoiler. Ai. Coloca uma roupinha assim, velho. Sai na rua.
Very upsetting journey.
Hã?
But I'm rid of Pris,
É, você
or
podia.
whatever she's become.
Você, tipo, é bem parecido com ela.
At least the place I've landed is somewhat familiar.
Nossa, não tô traduzindo não. Já era tempo, Alice. Nossa, que gato feio.
Don't try to bully me. I'm very much on edge.
Não usou comigo, tô puta.
When you're not on edge, you're taking up too much space.
Quando que você não tá puta, né?
But you know I can be.
I'll frighten myself when necessary, thanks very much. I was hoping to escape from all that.
Abandon that hope. A new law reigns in this wonderland, Alice. It's very rough
Ou
justice
tem outra
all
coisa
around.
reinando as
We're
suas
at risk
terras.
here. You be on your guard.
Você tá se arriscando aqui. Não é mais a rainha de copas. Toma cuidado, mulher. Mais uma vez, ele fala. Que isso? Ah, agora você pula. Ai, tomar um banho. É girl, né? Faz muito tempo que ela não toma banho. Ela tem que chegar cheirosa pros gatos. Ah, você gosta de ficar apreciando a paisagem? Ah. Ai, olha a paisagem, que bonito. Ah, lembrar a memória.
Frog, Alice, I swear. You jump so well.
Você é parte... sapo. Por quê? Ai, gente, ó, me segue na Twitch. Ai, estou playing. Pera aí que tá carregando a câmera, fica tudo preto. Ai, eu like gamer, gente. Olha como eu sou gamer. Sou gamer. Ah, é os anjos que choram. Não sei bem, não prestei atenção. Só vai. Se você pular 2 vezes, você vai fazer um... Aperta, você apertou já 2 vezes? Ah, ele faz esse... Umas lesmas. Umas lismosnas. Pega a criança. Pega a memória.
If you leap from that table again,
Se
Alice,
você pular...
I'll expire. You're 2 times too reckless, my girl.
Se você pular de novo daquela mesa, eu vou morrer de dor, ficar doida. Você é muito maluco, menino. Parece que eu tô cuidando de 2 crianças ao mesmo tempo. Tradução de milhões. Mas tá certo. É muito rápido pra traduzir.
Amanita muscaria, Alice, is merely a stinky toadstool.
Ele tá falando de um bicho.
Spongy consistency, but poisonous.
Que ele é esponjoso e venenoso. Eu não sei que bicho que é. Ai, abraça a flor. Dava? Ah. E dá pra entrar nessas portinhas? Como? Deixa eu ver. Vou pegar os controles básicos de jogo. Tem aqui. Aqui, ó. T pra mirar. Dá. Shrink, left control. Esse aqui então.
Tem pra nós.
Ué. Left.
Vai na parte de ver se tem que atualizar pra lá.
Ah, left control. Ah. Deveria ser esse. Deixa eu ir na frente da porta. Ah, fala aqui pra... Tinha que ser esse. Ah, tinha que ser esse botão. Aqui, ó. Control. Left control, esse aqui. Da esquerda. Change focus tab, dodge, left shift. Talvez eu seja habilitado ainda. É. O jogo meio que não ensinou, né?
Tem que ficar ensinado, será?
Acho que sim. É, porque eu tô apertando o left control. Só tem 2, ou nem outro. Não sei como é que faz. Não sei. Vai ter que descer. Ai, gente, a Alice voa. Drink me.
I've been down this road before.
Eu já tive
Would
aqui
things
antes.
in small packages?
Though lacking a bathing costume, a plunge in that pool is in order.
A cara desse bicho. Ai, o que vai acontecer
My
comigo?
God, I'm shrinking in
I'm
this motion.
shrinking. I
Should
tô
I disappear?
diminuindo.
Almost. But the upside is that while smaller, you can see things that are nearly invisible to your bigger self.
Só tá explicando esse negócio
I
de
get it.
diminuir.
Right. Forests for the trees. Just the other way round. Short-sighted is more than a matter of perspective.
Isso aí. É perspectiva. Vai lá. Agora vai. Vai ter que aprender. Vai ali primeiro. Isso aí. Ah, memória. Olha como ela tá tão pequena. Alguma coisa assim. Vai lá. Entra. Você tem que aprender a fazer isso bem, na real. Não é importante você usar o dedo desse jeito. Mas você faz muita força, bem. Sim, ó, deixa eu te ensinar. Tem que sair daí? Vai. Aqui, ó. Não precisa fazer tanto esforço. É só você apertar e aqui fica... O esforço é nesse dedo. Esses aqui ficam... Ó.
Não tem essa mobilidade.
Vai, coloca a mãozinha. Faz força só nesse dedo, você consegue? Ah, agora você pode... Dentes? Por que dente? Vai. Cuidado. Você fica em primeira pessoa. Vai, moça. Tá difícil? Quero ver se eu jogar essas coisas. Ó, mais dente, ó. Nossa. Vai lá pegar os dentes. Morreu. Ih, vai ter que diminuir de novo. Ai, que dor. Boa.
Ah, então você faz essa parada.
Oi?
Se você consegue ver os bagulhantes.
Uhum. Segue o jogo. Vamos jogar um dominó? Poxa, por quê? Oh, mas meu irmão, você deveria ter mais diversão sozinha. É, no parque ali. Nossa. Como é que é? Ui, pega o dente. Não. Ó, vai aparecer ali, ó. No meio. Aê. Tem mais. Ó, o dente de ouro. Ó, o Mineirinho Ultra Adventures. Vai bem. Mexe a câmera também. Não dá? Ó, no meio. Ih, perdão. Ih! Calma. Quase morreu. Bum! Morreu. Ih, esse rio de sangue aí. Virou mocinha.
The vorpal blade is swift and keen and always ready for service.
Você tá falando dessa blade aí, dessa lâmina. Ah, é a Alice assassina.
I've not come back here looking for a fight.
Really?
Não
That's
tô
a
no fim
pity.
de tretar,
One's
moço.
certainly looking for you.
Mas a treta tá te buscando, ele falou. The Vorpal Blade é o nome dessa coisa aí. The Vorpal Blade inflicts the swiftest damage in a single target with close range. Então ele tem que estar perto pra você matar. De longe não pode. Qual é o botão de clicar? Esse.
Nossa, até que enfim, vamos ter esse teste, cara.
O quê?
Vamos fazer isso mais fácil.
Por quê?
Porque é muito mais fácil.
Como por quê? Você não consegue usar teclado, né, bem? Isso aqui não tem habilidades. Tem que usar teclado. O jogo não tem culpa. Ah, sim. Não sei. Ah, agora eu não sei. Acho que você vê ali. Eu fiquei confuso. Dor no pescoço. Vai, pega os dentes. Por que tem que pegar dente? Não sei. É o dinheiro do jogo? Tem que comprar coisa, não? Gente, ela posicionou. Tem que lutar com os bichos? Vai, boss fight. India's Ruin, não sei o que é isso. Vai.
Ugly, gross, and evil in a single monstrosity.
Shift é de forte. O shift é pra você pular e escapar. Ai. Chato. Pronto, venceu, matou a gosma aí. Vai. Agora. Ai. Preguiça de traduzir. Coisa. Essa é a tradução. O que você estava vendo bem? Segura o espaço. Daí se aperta de novo ele vai voar. Aperta, segura, aperta, segura. Aperta, segura. Pronto, já entendeu. Ó, tem coisa ali pra você pegar. Oxi, ficou preso no arbusto. Collect a garrafa. Não, a Alice virou dentista, né? Pra ficar pegando dente. Alice, a dentista. É loira Dodon, pô. Ela só pintou o cabelo porque ela não queria ficar sendo chamada de loira Dodon. Não adianta escapar, Alice. Você sempre vai ser o loiro Dodon. É. O som da pula. Quem?
Ah, it's you again, Alice. You may approach. Why would I do that? You want to eat me? Yes, well, you taught me manners, and I've lost my taste for mad women. Strictly a porcine diet for me.
Ela tá fazendo dieta, não quer mulheres
don't you agree?
doidas.
Of course you do. Now, there are pig snouts scattered about. I heard a few behind the house. Go fetch them for me. But take care for the pests that block your way. Pepper them up if they do. They need spice, and you're just the girl to season them for me. You'll find that grinder serviceable. Why not season your
Olha,
own
ela quer que ela use o grinder.
Matter of priorities. My alabaster skin needs protection from the disgusting creatures running amok amidst the environs. But one gets peckish. Look, all you have to do is listen for the oink, then shoot the snout. You may like the results. I certainly will.
Vai ficar baconzinho, vai. Pega ela pra lá. Oxi. Você é doida, é? C. É o Grindr aí, ó. Esse é o aplicativo da época antiga, gente, o Grindr. Sim. Vai, Alice, pega uma garota pra você. Ah, vai, chega perto. Tá. Ai, tá coçando meus olhos. Vai lá pra fora, mãe. Butterfly. Mata as Butterfly, vai. Com a faca. Vai. Atrás de você. Mata. Mata. Atrás de você. Tem mais. Nossa, agora entendi o nome desse negócio. É Butterfly tipo de raio. Bolt. Ai! Left shift. Shift. Pai do céu, bem. Do nada, do nada. Que isso? Do nada. Sua reação. Sua reação foi a melhor. A gente precisa ter aqueles microfones pro você. Mas aí só não atrapalha. Pra ter o computador. Não vira borboleta, vai, parte shift. Vira borboleta. Bate nele. Você pode morrendo. Vai morrer. Não, morreu. Vai, destrói. Mata. Baby Boomer. Isso! Você é doido, né?
Como é que faz o porta-espaço?
Não sei, não tá falando, vai. Tá, como é que usa esse negócio? T. Mira e atira. Você apertou? Segura. Deixa eu ver. Botão esquerdo. É, T pra mirar. E o botão esquerdo eu atiro. Porque o esquerdo não sei. Direito, na real, não é o botão esquerdo, é direito. Esse tem que ir.
Thank you so much for the snout. Now go away.
Agora vaza. Pega teus trouxinhos e vai embora. Vai lá. Pega lá o café da manhã. Pegaram o dente de um pirata. Ela fazendo pica. Tá bêbada. Não sei como é que é o sonoplastia de em português, bem. Soluço, pô. Vamos, meninos, mulheres, garotos desse Brasil. Alguém assiste nós? Vai, mira e atira. Botão direito. No mouse. Direito. Corre, velho. Corre que os bichos estão te perseguindo. Não vão deixar não. Por quê? Oxe, só ficam coloridos. Tem que destruir tudo que LGBTQ é, mano. Lá atrás. Mata. Mata. Destrói. Oxi. Vai. Aí, ó. Vai, pula. Pula, tá o bicho vindo, vai. Falei que você pular. Olha os gates esperando. Vai, mata todo mundo. Vai morrer. Alguém vai morrer. Alguém vai morrer. Morreu. Tem nem vida, mano. Tá difícil. Vai, sai daí. Tudo shift. Vai morrer. Vai morrer. Alguém vai morrer, que delícia. Isso, bem, tá aprendendo. Você gosta? Vai, bem. Mata o bicho. Aí, ó, do outro lado, tem que ir lá. Tem em cima. Vai, termina a sopa, mulher. Lá em cima, ó. Tem que usar o negócio de atirar. Vai conseguir? Tem lá embaixo também, ó. Mas vai lá de cima, né? Mata. Tem lá embaixo também essa merda. Vai lá. Aí, vai. Saiu. Parabéns! Quase morreu. Mentira, filho. Demorou. Faltava muito pra você morrer. Ai! Tá me incomodando. Tô aqui. Fica em pé um pouco. O que você quer fazer? Anda. Fica pequena. Vai. Vai ter que voltar. Vai lá, vem. Nossa, como é que você fez? Tá usando o hack. Programas ilegais, não pode. E aí? Tem um porquinho aí. Foge ele. Plim. Olha lá, abriu o caminho. Como é que é? Eu tô vendo que você tá toda pimposa. Foi aí que abriu o caminho? Ah, mas tem umas coisinhas LGBT. E esse globo aí? O cara folgou. A culpa é de quem? Uma vaca? É. Uma vacaruga. Pra onde que vai agora? É. Ah, e tem coisa. É, agora eu quero ver. Ah, ele fica parado. Vai. Tomar um banho? Ah, tem um dentinho. Por quê? Ah, chegou na parte chata? Ou vai ser uma parte difícil, né? Vai vir bicho. Ai, pega umas gotas. É. Ei. Ela usa o poder das brabuletas. Ou não, não sei. É pra cá mesmo? Menta? Nossa. Quando que diminui esse negócio? Eu queria tentar. Eu achei que bom. Eu não sei. Eu joguei por 10 minutos. Sai. Não quero saber. Não. Sai fora só. Tem que ir pra lá, bem. Pode uma vez fazer isso? Vou testar aqui. É.
Pula uma vez, vai conseguir pular.
É só dois. Um pulo, flutua. Aqui? Mas eu sempre vou aqui, bem. Tá bom, tô tentando. Tem que contornar esse negócio, então. Tem outro. Ah, você falou que não podia passar esse negócio. Mas não baixou. Aqui tinha algo especial. Oxi, que trocou de chica com Play Dolls. Ai, nossa. Ela é memista, gente. Ai, o que tá acontecendo? Tá doendo mesmo? Ah, bem. Vou colocar umas almofadas aqui só.
Não dá, bem, as pernas não dá.
Dá pra colocar a perna no pau? Ai, criança. ataque, ó. Oxi. Tira essa bunda daí. Foca no bicho. Ai, que saco. Follow Arts. Tá bom. Que isso? Ó, dá pra melhorar a coisa aqui, ó. Melhorei.
Hatter always hated mechanical malfunctions. This disaster is either his doing or his epitaph.
Já ia brigar com você. Valley of Tears. Looking Glass Railway. É o Vale das Lágrimas. É, exatamente. Tá tudo explodindo. Tem mais um. Pega o dente. Pra cá. Detrás de ti, imbecil. Já jogou Resident Evil 4? É muito bom. Por quê? Não dá medo. Ah, não é toda hora que tem perseguição. Calma. Chama o Resident Evil. Ai! Não dá? Eu me matei porque eu fiquei só apertando o botão. Nossa. Eita, caiu. E agora? Onde que eu vou? Dá pra andar pra trás. Eu tô preso. O bom é que dá pra ir rapidinho pra frente. Oxi.
Não, vem pra trás, vem pra trás.
Não me assusta. Foto da ganância. Ai, bicho. As cabeças doidas. Matei direito. Corta a cabeça. Tá bom, já entendi entendi, gente. Ah, por que eu tenho que ficar apertando aqui pra... Oxi. Seu velho chifrudo. Esse moicano aí. Olha a lace da gata, né? Aos ventos. Corta até sangue de golpe. Queria ver você jogando a mecânica aqui. Não, só é um pouco. Ele jogou demais. Você jogou todos os primeiros minutos. Tudo a ver.
Só um ensinamento pro jogo.
Só ensinamento? Tá bom, já deixo. Vai ter mais. Ele sai sozinho. Nossa, é um robôzão. Só faltava um robô. Vai. Lost and don't know where to go. Try to shrink where the relics grow. Okay. Next. Wire shrink sense will grow parts are close. Stop. Oh, Morte da ganância, quebra. Ponte das maravilhas. Tá doendo meu dedo eu ficar apertando. Esse jogo aqui é bom pra jogar no controle. Quase que eu morro. Ah, é só apertar o botão esquerdo. Tá usando o celular dele, por isso que eu não consigo mandar. Porta da ganância. Ah, esse daí é bonito. Naquele poluição lá, feio. Que isso? Vendo a saia dela? Olha só dessa. Nessa live não. Ai, ela sabe jogar. Não. Porque você destruiu a cesta de comida. Vai cair sim. Ah, vai pegar um salgadinho. Com fome. Não. Vai. Fale com as pessoas.
Ai, meu Deus do céu. Hi girls, hi boys, hi meninas. Qual que era a visão em primeira pessoa? Ah, tem não dá mais. Tem, mas já faz tempo.
The Hatter's domain, almost as I remember it.
Appearances, as you know better than most, can be deceiving, Alice. Much has changed since your last visit.
Dr. Bumby says change is constructive, that different is good.
Different denotes neither bad nor good, but it certainly means not the same. Find the Hatter, Alice. He knows more about different than you.
But does he know more about the difference between bad and good?
Making friends, Alice. You're as randomly lethal and entirely confused as you ever were.
I've managed without you so far, Cat. Return to whatever hovels home to you. I'll call if I need you.
Predictably rash. It's not a question of if, Alice, it's when. Now hold on, and as they say, shut up.
So typical.
Ah, essa roupa dela é tudo.
I've made more graceful entrances. I suppose I must be grateful nothing's broken.
Ah, esse mapa é tudo. Ah, porque a gente tá comendo, né?
matou a troca de roupa? Não sabia. Morreu. Cagada. Cagada. Cadê a pro player? Olha. É para o outro lado? Como? Ah, subiu ainda. Não sei. Escondido. Que delícia. Sangue. Que isso? Franguinho. Uma lâmpada. Quebra as caixas. Ó. Guarda. Epa. Nossa, não dá pra ver nada.
É você ainda. Me solta. Nossa, pegar um teto aqui. É muito da hora,
Chernobyl. Daí que saiu. Quê? que você fez?
Tava jogando.
Quebrou meu computador.
Nossa, se tiver que jogar tanto tennis, eu vou ficar tão muito triste.
Ih.
Crashou o jogo.
Destruiu o jogo, bem. Acabou. Oh, caralho. Acabou com o jogo.
Nossa, feio. E ângulo também que não favorece, tem que ser assim.
Isso?